Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The time is 6:00 p.m. Starting bell for this illustrious gathering. It is the Pontiac City Council meeting for Tuesday, June 25th, 2024. It's hereby called to order. And we give the floor now to Councilman Parker to introduce this evening's invocation.
Thank you, Brother President. I pray that everyone have had a good day today. Let us pray. And God, we come yet again giving you thanks. We thank you, Lord God, for the marvelous day that you gave us. We thank you even, Lord God, for the rain, understanding that every time it rains, you're getting ready to grow something. And we pray, Lord God, that you will grow us as well. We ask now in the name of Jesus that as we move forward in the business that you have placed in our heart to do, Lord God, that you would guide and direct our hearts, our minds, our very being, that good decisions may be made this evening. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you one and all for being here this evening, and those that are following along remotely or watching these proceedings after the meeting itself takes place. We are now at a moment of silence, and in recent days, the Oakland County government has suffered a great loss. The tragic murder of Oakland County Sheriff Deputy Bradley Reckling. We offer up his name and share our condolences to his wife, his 3 children, his colleagues at the Oakland County Sheriff Department, and all of those family and friends who knew him. It's a great loss for all of Oakland County, and in particular the Oakland County Sheriff Department, who provides policing services for the city of Pontiac. Please join us for a moment of silence in honor of Deputy Bradley Reckling. Thank you very much. Chief Assistant Clerk, roll call of City Council members.
Carrington.
Present.
Goodman.
Here.
James.
Here.
McGinnis.
Present.
Nicholson. Parker.
Here.
Rutherford.
Present.
6 council members are present, quorum having been established. Could I please have a motion to approve this evening's agenda?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman Goodman for the approval of this evening agenda. Any discussion on the motion before us? Any changes, amendments?
Point of information.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the awardee about homeless awards on this agenda tonight? I just want to confirm.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, unless something's changed in the last few minutes, let me check.
Just want to confirm, please.
Yes, so that is under the Grants and Philanthropy Department, currently number 8 on the agenda.
All right, thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Any amendments? Hearing no further discussion, speakers list exhausted. Roll call, Chief Assistant Clerk, on adoption and approval of the agenda as presented.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
6 yeas.
That motion carries. The agenda is approved. First up is approval of tonight's consent agenda. It has the 5 following items: the Finance and Personnel Subcommittee meeting minutes from June 13th, the Public Safety, Health, and Wellness City Council Subcommittee meeting minutes from June 13th, the City Council regular meeting minutes from June 18th, a resolution recognizing July as Minority Mental Health Month in Pontiac, and a resolution recognizing July as Disability Pride Month in Pontiac. If the consent agenda is adopted, all 5 of those meetings, minutes, and resolutions are subsequently adopted as well. Roll call, Chief Assistant Clerk.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas.
That motion carries. The consent agenda is approved. We are now at tonight's special presentation on the agenda. We are joined by the Oakland County Water Resources Commissioner, serving countywide all the nearly 1.3 million residents of Oakland County and 371 lakes and many more rivers and watersheds. Oakland County Water Resources Commission facilitates water and sewer services for the city of Pontiac. We give the floor now to Commissioner Nash and his team to share with us project updates that are pertaining to the city of Pontiac, as well as informing the community about any potential changes to the water and sewer rates. Your Honor, you have the floor.
Always good to be here. Appreciate you having me again.
We're going to have you turn the microphone on. It's a little button on the black device to the right. There you go.
Always appreciate being invited here, and we're always willing to explain anything that we're doing and answer any questions that are available to us. So I'm going to start out with Raphael, who's going to go through all the rates and all the things that get us to that. So.
Good evening, Raphael Chirola with Oakland County Water Resource Commissioner's Office. I'm sure you've seen me here last year. Everybody looks familiar. Get on to it. Also with me is Gary Nigro, who's answering questions on Clinton River. We have Drew, who's going to present some stuff on sewer, Drew Sandell, and Amy Plouffe on the water side. So here we go. Just a quick reminder on how rates and charges are developed. You take total estimated cost for any given cost category, divided by estimated sales, and that's how you come up with the rate. All right, so jumping right into it, sewer rates. Here we go. There's no change in the projected volumes for sewer. It just depends. We're using a 3-year average for both 2024, the existing rates that are in effect for 5 more days, and 2025 is also a 3-year average. Those are in 1,000 cubic feet, otherwise shown there as MCF, all right? You also see MEUs, which is called meter equivalent units. 1 meter equivalent is a 5/8 inch meter. If you're a resident and have a 1 inch, it's also considered a 5 inch. Anything greater than that would have a multiplier applied to it. So if you had a 1.5 inch meter, you'd have some multiple of that to your bill. That's going up slightly. That's a good sign. Sewage treatment, that's Clinton River Services. That's going up. Some of that's related to the debt slightly, not much this year, but there's going to be some significant changes in debt in the next 3 or 4 years. Just giving you a heads up that that's already kind of in the works and is coming your way as a recipient of services from the sewage treatment plant. We had an overall 7.1% increase in the in that rate from for the Clinton River, but the debt associated with that's also in there, so the debt's keeping that increase lower. Pontiac made out all right, slight decrease compared to the 7.1 because of the 3-year average flow that we use to split the cost between Pontiac and the Clinton-Oakland sewage disposal system. You're currently paying about 55%. Clinton-Oakland's paying about 45%. It fluctuates, but it's been pretty steady for the last couple of years. Slight variation. All right, so operations and maintenance of the local system, otherwise known as the city of Pontiac, right? Seeing an increase. Most of that is related to contractual services and commodities. So just letting you know, most of the system's seen it mostly related to labor, but for some reason it's commodities and contractual services for the city of Pontiac. You see these reserve numbers, and it's a little it's encouraging. Those are estimated expenditures in the reserves related to projects, right? Most of them capital. And you see those are pretty large numbers. However, there's offsetting non-rate revenue over on the side. This is all that grant money. These are projections both for 24 and 25. So we probably didn't do what we said we were planning on doing in 24, and you're going to see some of that money being moved to 25 there. The actual rate required revenue from the reserves is almost steady. It hasn't really changed much. The debt is slightly down. We were probably a little too forthcoming in our projections going forward in 2024. We have better information now. It's down a bit. Non-rate revenue, like I said, there's a lot in there, but really it's just the offsetting from interest earned on the accounts at the county and people not paying their bills on time, things like that. Other miscellaneous revenue, slight increase as an offset. Overall, a 5.1% increase, $928,500. Let me push this slide. Now, this shows you that, gives you a little better breakout of the different categories within the reserve, so major maintenance, emergency, and capital. But the other slide's a little more informative. Here's the summary for a typical sewer user. If you use 6 units on your bill, or 0.6 thousand cubic feet per month, and you have a 5/8 inch meter, you should expect a 4.1% increase effective July 1st. All right, moving on to water. Let me keep up here. Sorry about that. The water projection, 3-year average also, but for whatever reasons, there's more water sales, which is good because that's on the denominator. Same with the MEUs, meter equivalent units. Water purchases are up 1.3%. GLWA's bills to the North Oakland County Water Authority went up 3.33%, but your share of that actually decreased slightly, so you're coming out ahead on that one. Operating expenses slightly down. Reserves, this one also has a lot of grant shown here and expenditures. There's a little new debt in there too related to us getting those grants. So, and the non-operating, you see that. The slight change in the actual reserve requirements from rates, but not worth mentioning. You do see that increase in that non-operating debt, and that's related to a revenue bond that we're going to have to float related to all that grant money we're getting that Amy may talk about in a few minutes. All right, the non-rate revenue is pretty flat. Overall, it's a 5.3% increase, $800,300. And if we go here, you can see a little better representation of the major maintenance and capital breakout. Okay, so typical user on this one, 4.2% increase from the existing rates if you use 6 units on your monthly bill with a 5/8 inch meter. All right, so what's that mean combined? $4 a month additional if you're using those 6 units and the 5/8 inch meter, a 4.1% increase. That is it for my portion of the presentation, and I'll give it to Drew to keep talking about what's going on with sewer. You want to use this or you want me to show it?
All right, thank you. So why are your rates increasing? Our office looks to strategically find water and sewer projects and coordinate so we follow a dig once philosophy. We don't want to go out and have the roads get paved and then come back in and tear it up to replace the sewer or the water. So we try to work together with Pontiac, MDOT, RCOC internally and ensure that your dollars are going as far as we can possibly stretch them. On the sewer side of things, we've identified 50 assets that we consider to be at severe risk of failure. What is risk? Risk, we're talking about what's the probability of that asset failing and what's the consequence of that failing. So if you have an MLK or a telegraph where the sewer is crossing underneath that, obviously that's a high consequence of failure. We don't want those pipe segments to fail. 202 of them with high risk, and then another 2,024 of them that we're saying are a high probability of failure. Now, those could be lower risk, lower consequence of failure. So, you know, we've got a whole slug of sewer pipe out there that needs some sort of repair. On our reviews, what we're showing is approximately 200 pipe segments need fully replaced. That represents about 9 miles of sewer pipe. Another 750 segments that require full liners. We're looking at another 27 miles that we're saying need lined. In addition to that, we have some spot repairs, about 250 of them, where we require excavation to replace spots in the pipe, not full segments. So there's a lot coming down the chute for the sewer as far as repairs go. In addition to that, we have about 17% of the system that we have not even laid eyes on at this point. So we know ultimately there's going to be defects in the system somewhere that we need to address. On the water side of things, you have about 300 miles of water main, half of which has reached the end of its useful life. So Amy will talk a little bit about what her plan of attack is on the water side. Just really quickly, here's what we did last year, annual maintenance. You can see we responded to 209 backups, came out, brought our team an emergency response, cleared the plugs, and got the sewer flowing again. We CCTV'd approximately 29 miles of sewer, and then inspected about 1,350 manholes, repaired 71 of those, and then got in and did some spot repairs on the gravity main, as well as some excavation spot repairs. Project we discussed last year, located in Galloway Park. It was improvements associated with the Bay Street pump station. The station had significant signs of corrosion. Those aspects have been replaced within the station. In addition, we abandoned 1.7 miles of sewer that was downstream of the pump station that no longer required rehabilitation because we tied into the existing Perry Street force main, which was located in Galloway Park. In addition to that project, we were able to construct the new fishing pier that you see in the picture here. We had budgeted $5 million for that project, and we're still doing some final punch list work, but we're estimated to come in at $4.4 million, so well under budget. All right, so I think what we've all been waiting for is this $16.4 million that we got from either the bipartisan infrastructure law or the American Rescue Plan. Those funds are split into two different aspects. One you can see called ARPA CW 5798. That is the American Rescue Plan portion of the sewer repairs that we're doing, and CWSRF, which allocated a portion of the bipartisan infrastructure law and was funneled through EAGLE through the CWSRF program. At this time, we've broken the ARPA portion into 3, potentially 4 contracts. We're assessing, when you see contract 5, we call contract 5 at the bottom, how much work's going into contract 5. We may just smash all that into contract 3. We're working on that right now. We're planning on being out to bid with contract 3 later this summer, early fall. Good news is we've completed just under a mile of lining under what we called contract 1. We're moving into contract 2. We received the bids. We've assessed the bids. We're getting ready to award that project. You can see there, that's another 20,000 feet of sewer that will be lined. In addition, we split contract 2 into a couple more segments. Bagley Road, which I'll talk about in a second, and Ottawell Hills, which is also coming up here shortly. Monday, we've got another bid opening for the CWSRF portion, which is an anticipated $7.25 million that's going to focus on lining. Got some maps for these. They might not be the clearest for you guys to see here, but I will discuss them here briefly. Contract 1, you can see we hit some of the Seminole Hills area. Sorry, the colors don't really contrast well. Contract 2A is Goff and Bagley. In this particular project, we knew there was road work coming. We're able to hop on and in coordination with MDOT, utilize ARPA dollars to come in and do some lining work, as well as replace significantly deteriorated sewer along Bagley. Voorhees is coming up. Actually, I think the bid's opened on that today for contract 2B. You can see there, that's in coordination with water main work. Okay, 2A, I quickly talked on this one. I know we're kind of crunched on time, so we're looking at about $4.4 million of sanitary sewer repair along Bagley. That again, we knew a road project was coming, went back to EAGLE, requested to use these ARPA dollars to fund this work, and we're successful in doing so. Contract 2 and 4. So contract 2, as I had indicated, is coming here shortly. It's highlighted in blue. Several of those segments are part of that scope. And then contract 4, which is bids are due on Monday, is in the red on this map. So a big swath of the east/southeast portion of the city. All right, as I mentioned, we try to prioritize this dig once approach for our work. Last year, we were able to successfully complete Orchard Lake Road. I've got a slide for that. And then some upcoming work we're anticipating. I think we all know Woodward Loop is coming, reconstruction's coming. We're trying to get ahead of that, make sure the sewer work's done. We've got Voorhees, which is a water main work, Auburn Road, which is going to be restored, and Pike Street. So we're working on designs to ensure we're ready when you guys are ready to do road work. Active projects right now, we're along Martin Luther King around south, and we're wrapping up there. Should be about 2 weeks to finish up on the southern portion of that. Bagley Street, as I had hit on before, and then Seminole Hills, which is water main coordination work. Orchard Lake Road project we wrapped up last year, 320 feet of replacement, 600 feet of liner, and approximately $950,000. MLK, I brought this to council last year. If you recall, there was some hydraulic issues at approximately MLK and Featherstone where there was sanitary sewer discharge. Would reach the surface. You know, we had an environmental issue going on there. We've redesigned that. The contract has been awarded for that work. The contractor should be mobilizing here in the next week or two. This project will replace the sanitary sewer in that area as well as install a new sanitary sewer lift station. The estimated project cost is $5.6 million, of which $5 million is a bond. So $600,000 is coming out of the capital reserve. Woodward Loop, this is here just again, we're coordinating road work. Right now we're looking at 8 full replacement, 8 spot repairs. We were planning on going out to bond on the repairs associated with this work. And then my last slide here is a water main coordination work. We got a share of this too. While they're in digging up, replacing water main, there are several of the sewer taps that need repaired or lined. We're coming through and restoring those. And we also got out ahead of the water main projects. Pavement would be replaced in that area and replaced 4 full-length sanitary gravity mains, which ran us about $800,000. And then we also knocked out 1,300 feet of lining. And I'm going to turn it over to Amy for water.
All right, thank you. So this map represents the Pontiac drinking water system. You can see the gold is recently completed projects. So the Pontiac water system is a large system. It's well looped, but as Drew has mentioned, there's a lot of it that is reaching the end of its useful life. So there's 300 miles of water main. About 150 of those are at the end of their useful life. So we need to prioritize the improvements to the system. We want to maintain customer level of service. So we look at problems within the system or potential concerns, and then we work to prioritize based on those. We also coordinate with the road and sewer work. So as Drew mentioned, you dig the hole once and you repair everything that you can while you're in there. Highlighting a couple recently completed projects, the water main was replaced on Bagley Street. We used $800,000 of a federal earmark secured through Congresswoman Brenda Lawrence's office to do that work. And we also completed water main replacements on Murphy, Dwight, Mark, Thorpe, and Lincoln. Ongoing project right now is Seminole Hills water main replacements. And then planned work for later this year, beginning later this year, and the future is the Indian Village and Ottawa Hills, and also coordination with the Woodward Loop project. So this is a highlight for our ongoing Seminole Hills water main project. So the lead service line we replaced in this area we began construction. The contractor started work out here in April. We anticipate them being completed in December. Water main replacements with new hydrants and valves throughout the neighborhood. So they already started work on Huron. It's mostly complete. Then they'll be moving to Oneida, Seminole, East Iroquois, and Cherokee. And they're also going to add a little bit of new water main on Menominee, where we have a little gap in the system there. So it'll improve the level of service for those customers with looping. And then this one we're very excited about. So our upcoming projects will be in Indian Village and Ottawa Hills. We applied for funding through the Department of Michigan DWSRF program, and we received $20 million in grant and loan forgiveness. So that's an excellent, excellent thing for the water system here. We're very excited. So we've already started doing lead service line replacements in these neighborhoods. The projects are currently out to bid. We anticipate the work will begin in the fall and be substantially completed in fall 2025 with some restoration work continuing through the spring of 2026. And just to get a sense of, like in Indian Village, there's 11,700 feet of water main, 47 valves, 26 hydrants, and similarly in Ottawa Hills, 14,800 feet of water main, 47 valves, and 35 hydrants. So big construction projects and with big improvements in the water systems in this area. Thank you. Mr. Nash?
Thank you so much. Well, I'm just here to talk briefly about the Norton Street Innovation Project. We're starting in that very soon. The actual construction took a little longer than we thought. The initial returns on the contract on the bids were a little high, so we changed a little bit. Now it's going to be just as wonderful for the community. This is one of the first of two others, and these are all done through grants by the state that had no match. So this one is a $1.3 million grant without a match, and hopefully we'll get this done fairly soon. And then the two others that we just talked to the Park Subcommittee the other day, so we're working on those too. These are all green infrastructure projects. So I really appreciate this time. I want to mention a couple other things. We have a list. Sign-up sheet in the back here. If anybody has any questions at all that you're interested in, leave them here. We'll reach out to you to answer your questions, whether it's billing or a problem with your sewer or water, any kind of thing you're interested in. Please sign up for that. Again, so next we have Damar here. He's going to speak briefly about our affordability programs, and then any questions that you guys have.
Good evening. We know it's always a challenge when we come in here and express rates and knowing that it's going up. So we do have programs available that we want to make sure everyone knows about. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so currently there is a water program via OSA who has funds to pay up to $3,000 of past due bills, and that is a water-only function. They don't do any repairs, anything of that nature. They can only facilitate for water bills. Now, the program that we have, RAP, which is administered by United Way, you can actually get plumbing repair assistance, billing adjustment assistance, as well as past due arrearages as well through that program. And recently, as of May 6th, we launched our own hardship assistance program. So this is a program to get those who don't quite meet the income requirements of the RAP program. They have a higher income. It's a lot of seniors who have fixed incomes who are above those programming that they can get assistance. And so now we do have an answer to combat that, and it's administered by United Way as well. So that way you go to one location. They'll first see if you can qualify for RAP. If you don't qualify for RAP, then they'll triage you into the hardship assistance program. So it's a one-stop shop in that nature, as well as any additional assistance that we can recover for the citizens.
Thank you very much. So, Commissioner Nash, are you and your team prepared for questions?
Absolutely.
Okay. First, for the community's benefit, the City Council of the City of Pontiac is not able to set those rates or veto or override or approve. This is not here for a vote. It's for informational purposes. Commissioner Nash, are the rates approved by the Oakland County Board of Commissioners, or is it done internally and administratively?
This is done internally for the operations of Pontiac itself.
Okay. And there was a map that Amy was showing that had a blue highlighted area a little more central to the city, but it didn't have a specific slide. Can you share with us what that is demonstrating, either a completed or an upcoming project?
We're applying for funding for that area, so our hope would be that would be the next project area that we'd move to after Indian Village and Ottawa Hills, as we would move up to that area next.
Can you share some of those street names?
No, not.
We could get them to you.
Yeah, we can get you
if
to
you could, and I think it would be helpful for the council to be able to see historically, maybe since the Water Resources Commission has been doing this work, where other areas that they've been able to hit, other thoroughfares or other clusters of residential streets.
Sure, be happy to do that.
So the federal government requires a certain degree of testing of lines.
Yes.
Is that handled by the city's Department of Public Works, or is that handled by the County Water Resources Commission on behalf of Pontiac's requirement?
Right, as operators of your water system, we perform that function. So what we do is we work with customers. The sample has to be collected in a customer's home. The water has to sit in in their home without using water for 6 hours. So most people let it sit overnight, and then they have to fill 1 liter of water. First liter represents your fixture in your house, so your faucet, and then you have to let 3 liters run, and then you collect a 5th liter, which represents the water main in your, the water in your customer service line. And then those are sent to a certified laboratory for analysis. The results are provided to customers, and then we report all those results to the state. So in the most recent, we do it every summer, because summer is when the state designates that we have to do it. So last year, the results were it's the 90th percentile is what the state reviews, and it has to be less than 15 parts per billion, and Pontiac's 90th percentile was 4 parts per billion. So those results were all as we'd expect them to be.
Parts per billion with a B?
With a B, yep.
Okay, and so is that a July 1st deadline?
That has to happen it was started in June, so June 1st, and then I think we do June, July, and August, so
Okay.
a couple months.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
2 questions. For the United Way program, are y'all going by the Oakland County standard or the City of Pontiac income standard? That's the first question. The second question, what is the actual dollar amount of the increase of water that would cost per household?
I think it was $4. I think it was almost like $3.96 total.
We go back, well, I'm going to go quite a ways back, but there we go. Right in the lower right-hand corner, $3.96 if you use 6 units per month and you have a 5/8-inch meter.
Would you say 6 units is the average for many users?
That is the average as we calculated about 3 or 4 years ago.
So approximately half of the users would pay less, but a half could pay more. It's not scientific, but
No,
it's in that range.
It's in that range.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilwoman?
The other question was, what rate are you going by with the United Way? So, for example, when you use the RAP program, you guys are using the Pontiac income base, and that means 1/3 of us won't qualify. Whereas with the United Way, I would like to know the actual dollar amount. So if I had 2 people in my household and I made $68,427, would I qualify for the United Way program?
No, it goes off the federal poverty level, so it's not a Pontiac income level.
Right.
So the entire program, because the initial RAP is funded through a GLEWA. So it's not a WRC program. It's funded through GLEWA, and GLEWA has us be able to offer it to our clientele.
So
it's a federal poverty line. So it's between 100 and 200% of the federal poverty level.
So not by OSHA standard.
No.
Okay.
So, and then the hardship assistance program takes it from the 200 to 300% of the federal poverty level, so we can help as many people as possible.
What's the actual amount that's left in funding for the United Way as of today?
Well, that's going via Great Lakes Water Authority.
Okay.
So they actually, if you want to get on our meeting on Thursday, she's actually supposed to present that information to us on Thursday.
Thank you.
Further discussion on the special presentation? All right, hearing nothing further, thank you very much for your time this evening. We encourage residents to reach out to the Water Resources Commission staff when it comes to Pontiac's own Mr. Bias, being able to provide a conduit to many resources. But as you saw, there's a lot of different facets to the vast organization of the Water Resources Commission. A final question I have, representing the east side, you mentioned that MLK and Featherstone project that you'd shared with us before. Will that have any impact on especially warmer weather odors when it comes to in that vicinity? Obviously, a lot of work's been done to cut back on the historic stench, but will this provide any more relief for those living or driving by in that vicinity?
That project will not specifically address odor.
Okay, so it won't address odor, but there will be less sewage seeping.
That's a fair assessment, yes.
Okay. Well, we're fans of less sewage seepage. Okay. Any final questions or feedback? Councilman Parker, you have the floor.
I do have a question. I recall earlier this year you were working with an MDOT project on Walton that caused a leak that's still there. Is that going to be repaired anytime soon?
Yes, we're working with them to do that. We need them to secure the pole. When they put the pole in, it came as too close to the water main, and it's caused a little leak. So we need the pole secured before we start digging a hole, or we'll create a big problem. So yes, it will be addressed, but we need to plan it out so we don't create a bigger issue.
So can you give me a date when you're going to start that?
Probably after the 4th of July. We have to get that contractor out there to maintain the pole, do the work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your valuable time tonight. And again, we encourage all Pontiac residents to reach out to the County Water Resources Commission with technical, broad, financial assistance questions and
Please
queries.
do. You can reach us on the internet by it's oakgov.com/water, or our main number to reach out to us, and we can direct you wherever you need to go. Once you explain what it is 248-858-0958. So anytime you have a problem, let us know, and we'll help you out. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this evening's presentation. We are now at number 2 on the agenda. It is the resolution to approve the appointment of Lisa Campbell as the Grants and Philanthropy Department Director. Is there a motion to consider the resolution?
Moved by Carrington.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman James, to adopt the resolution to approve the appointment of Lisa Campbell as the City of Pontiac's Grants and Philanthropy Department Director, so it now can be considered. We give the floor to Mayor Greimel to introduce his request.
Well, thank you, President McGinnis. We are really proud to present an outstanding candidate for the position of Grants Director. Lisa Canada comes to us with really impressive credentials. She has served in the grants world in a variety of capacities, both in the private sector and in the public sector, most notably for the city of Detroit. And she has a stellar background in terms of experience, but also we did a deep dive into her references and reached out to other people who maybe she didn't share as part of her references, but people gave a really glowing review of Lisa's actual accomplishments and effectiveness in her past roles. So we're really, really excited about presenting Lisa as the candidate that we strongly recommend for the position of Grants Director. She also has a very dynamic personality. She's all about public communication and strongly emphasized the importance of public communication, both in terms of CDBG and other grant programs during her interview process. And we have complete confidence in her ability to effectively communicate both externally with the public and internally with her staff and other departments here at City Hall. And so she's here in the audience, and I want to give her an opportunity to say a few words, but also obviously an opportunity to answer any questions the City Council members may have. With that, Ms. Campbell.
Yes, actually, I'd like to thank you for joining us tonight. You do have the floor, and then council will ask some questions. Hold on.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council members. My name is Lisa Campbell, and I'm here seeking your approval of my appointment as the Director of Grants and Philanthropy for the City of Pontiac, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
First question is to the administration. What's the actual approved salary for this position?
Mayor, you have the floor.
Yeah, it's a salary range. I'll defer to the deputy mayor in terms of what the salary range is for this position.
This is a director position, which has a range from $89,000 to $132,000.
But my question was, what was the actual approved salary that we gave to her? The actual number, not the range, the actual number.
I will admit that off the top of my head, I do not have that answer, as I am not the finance director. It was definitely inside of that range, not outside of that range. I honestly don't have her offer letter in front of me. I would give you the number. I don't have the. I do not have it in front of me. I do not have the offer letter in front of me.
My follow-up is very to you, ma'am. Explain to me in greater detail what grants and foundations you have directly been responsible for receiving, and what is your target deliverables if you are to receive this job?
So thank you for your question. I've worked with public and private grants for my entire career, starting from college. The mayor noted my time at the city of Detroit. I joined the city during the bankruptcy, and we were starting the Office of Grants Management at that time. So I was the first employee to show up as the deputy director of that department. And so that role entailed being able to consolidate the grants across the city of Detroit for all of those departments that had previously managed their own grants, being able to build a strategy, a campaign, working with those departments, building rapport, letting them know that we can assist them with managing their grants properly. There was quite a bit of cleanup in that role as well. And so, my experience prior to that in the public and private sector helped me in that role. I've continued to work with grants since I left the city of Detroit, working as an executive director of a community development organization in Detroit, and also in my current role working for a CDFI and doing the community connection role in the Detroit market in the greater Southeast Michigan on behalf of our organization. So I bring a wealth of experience that I really hope can benefit the city of Pontiac, the residents, the businesses. Really excited to just take the opportunity of the resources that are available, the momentum that is here in the city, the energy that is here in the city. I'm a native Detroiter, but I have friends and family who were born and raised in Pontiac and are proud to be from Pontiac, just as we are from Detroit. And I'm just really excited to have this opportunity.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I see in the resolution it identifies the annual salary. I imagine the Deputy Mayor, that's what you want to share. You have the floor, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Council President. Councilwoman Rutherford, in the now therefore be it resolved, it is $125,000 per year.
Further discussion? Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. From some of your experience, tell me more about the $2.7 million in funding that you secured for equity and sustainable related residential stabilization projects.
As in my role as executive director of the Sinai Grayscale Community Development Corporation, again, we were a new community development organization at the time, so we did not have any revenue, we had no programs, and we had no outcomes. So it was my role to develop all of that. And so fundraising was very important in that role in order for us to be able to execute programs. So I worked with I leveraged some of the relationships, my existing relationships with those who I had worked with previously and who were in positions to provide a path to funding. We received grants from Enterprise Community Partners. We received grants from the Ballmer Foundation. We received grants from the Ford Foundation. We received grants from the City of Detroit. So there were a list of funders that we've worked with, that I've continued to work with since that role, that I worked with prior to, making the case for the work that needed to be done in the communities that I was serving, which was 8 neighborhoods across the city of Detroit on the west side of the city. And we executed, most notably, our home weatherization program. We were able to weatherize those homes with $300,000 of grant funds from several sources for seniors, low-income seniors in those communities. In addition to that, we were able to execute a Live Where You Work program that incentivized residents in the community who worked in the community. We were incentivizing them to move and purchase homes in the community, and if they already lived in the community, we incentivized them to rehab their existing homes. So those were 2 of the most notable programs that we executed with those funds.
All right, thank you. No follow-up question, President McGinnis.
Councilman Rutherford, did you want to
Yeah, I'm gonna ask it
further
again.
distill to get an answer?
Yeah, so, wrote this down. I said, what are your target deliverables if you were to get this job?
I apologize that I missed that in
That's
the
okay.
my first response. So my targeted deliverables, in addition to what the expectations are of my position, is to bring in dollars for the city of Pontiac to execute not only what's in the current pipeline, but what is on that wish list, if you will, to become part of that pipeline. It's a task of securing both private and public and private dollars, and also effective relationships in order to be able to do that. So my goal is to make sure that we have done just that we have built those relationships with those public and private entities that are either able to directly or indirectly lead us to funding that can benefit the residents of Pontiac. Secondly, to make sure that we have the right relationships in place, to have effective partnerships to create the impact that this city would like to see for the city. And lastly, is really to leverage all of the existing resources that the city of Pontiac has and take them to the next level to maximize what we already have and be able to secure additional resources to create community revitalization across Pontiac. So my goals are financial, and so they're qualitative and quantitative, if that helps. Thank you.
Councilman James.
Yes, first of all, great, your resume is very impressive.
Microphone.
Thank you for considering working at the city of Pontiac. My first question is, you have had experience with CDBG, but have you had exclusive responsibility for a CDBG program?
So during my time at the city of Detroit, we worked directly with the Housing and Revitalization Department to execute the CDBG program. So I was a participant in that process and in the oversight and in the audit process for that, working in conjunction with that department.
Okay. My second question is, do you have a possible start date? Has a start date been established for you?
Not yet.
Okay. I had one more, but I can't think of what it was. Okay, that's it.
Councilman Goodman.
So what has been like your experience in your field so far dealing with like federal programs such as ARPA, such as CDBG, and carrying out that work? Because that is a massive part of the grants department, especially here in the city of Pontiac and at this exact moment.
So I've been on both sides of the grant cycle. So I've administered grants, and I've also been the recipient, the applicant for the grants. So I have quite a bit of experience managing federal grants, going back to, although that wasn't my first experience with federal grants, to my time at the city. Again, stepping into that role, the majority of the grants that we managed were from federal agencies. And so again, it was quite a massive effort to come in and consolidate, build those relationships with those federal agencies, execute those audits with those federal agencies, and help those departments secure additional dollars with those same agencies.
But to ask the question specifically, have you had any experience with ARPA or CDBG?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, both, directly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilwoman James.
Just one last question. What's the highest number of employees that you have supervised?
67.
Okay.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
Last one. Give me examples of how you deal with conflict within the workplace. And do you believe in an open door policy? For example, if a council member has questions for you, do you tell the administration first, or do you answer the council's questions directly?
Absolutely. So I do believe in an open door policy. An example of that is when I worked at the city in the last department I worked for, I managed 5 different entities within that department. So the door had to be open in order to be able to serve those, my team at the time. So as it relates to council, I would love to welcome questions from council, inquiries from council. And I do believe that communication is one of the most important things. Good, bad, or ugly, I think that when we communicate, we can get things done effectively. So that is something that I've just learned throughout my career, and I plan to continue it here. Thank you.
For the community's benefit, the mayor's appointment request for the Grants and Philanthropy Department Director. Her education background includes a bachelor's degree from the University of Michigan, a master's degree from the University of Illinois, and a master's degree in public policy and administration from Northwestern University, as well as from the University of Wisconsin-Madison School of Business, a GFOA Advanced Government Finance Institute certificate. For the past 2 years, she has been Vice President of Community Connection at Sinair out of Detroit, Michigan. From 2018 to 2022, she was Executive Director of the Sinai Grace Guild Community Development Corporation, also in Detroit. From 2014 to 2018, at the City of Detroit, she was the Agency Chief Financial Officer of the Office of Departmental Financial Services from 16 to 18, and then also with the city, but prior to that, from 2014 to 2016, she was Deputy Director of the Office of Grants Management. And then from 2009 to 2014, she was the Eastern Region Area Manager out of Chicago, Illinois for the is it GEO or GEO?
GEO.
The GEO Group Incorporated. Can you share a little bit about what GEO Group Incorporated was?
Yes, so in that role, I managed 8 sites across Illinois, 8 reentry sites for ex-offenders, and an additional site in Louisville, Kentucky. So 9 sites total, 2 separate contracts. So what we did was work with those offenders coming out of the system to work with them to help them secure employment, help them with substance abuse, help them with case management, behavioral services as well. So those programs, those are all the programs that I oversaw under that role. And then prior to being appointed the Eastern Region Area Manager, I was the research manager for that contract, the first and only research manager for that contract, working closely with the state of Illinois, managing ERA funding that we had back at that time to make sure that the work that we were doing was effective and working across the board with our colleagues in the field to make sure that all of our programs were effective.
Councilman Parker, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. My question is, and thank you for coming and sharing with us today. Having been interviewed by the administration, what do you see as the challenges that you will face if you're selected for this position?
I approach every position, with fresh energy. I hope to be a fresh set of eyes. I hope to be helpful in every way. I hope to be helpful to everyone. So I think I did ask the question of, if there were any fires in the building, but, I have, stepped into positions that have been quite challenging for me, and I feel confident stepping into this role that whatever the challenges are, that we can get through them together. So to answer your question, there's nothing that I anticipate that we can't work through together.
And the B part of that is, as you've so eloquently put your answer, when do you think that you will be actually within the confines of getting hired? When do you think you will actually be considered effective?
I hope to be effective, so short and long-term goals I like to set for myself. So quick wins is what I will come in the door with. What are the things that we can get done quickly, things that are easy and within reach, that probably don't cost us anything, but we can get done with a change, some changes, and then work together to make those long-term goals. I mean, for me, obviously, it will be a challenge coming into the role to build that rapport, not just with the administration, with the council, but with the residents, the businesses, everyone that I'm serving. But that's it's not a challenge for me. That's opportunity. That's how I learn. And the more I know, then the more helpful I can be to everyone. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Councilman Rutherford.
It's my last question. I've been waiting. I waited till everybody asked. I want to ask you something. Do you have any experience writing a consolidation plan?
So I have participated in that process, and for what it's worth, in my role as the executive director, we created a strategic neighborhood plan for our area. So again, 36,000 residents roughly across 8 neighborhoods in Northwest Detroit. So, but I participated in that process in the city, and I would like to think that my experience participating in strategic planning time and time again in my roles over the years would, be beneficial in this role. I am very honest in saying what I don't know, I will learn.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. Last question. How do you see your role as you interact with our economic development program in the city, and how will you support that to make sure that it grows and thrives?
Yeah, economic development does depend heavily on the work that I'll be tasked to do. And so, again, I want to build effective partnerships across the board. And I understand that there will be some departments that I may work with more than others, like the economic development team. But again, I want to know as much as I can so that I can help them be their best. We all have a job to do every day, and I want to do my part in helping everyone get theirs done.
All right, final question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you to work in the center of the universe, Pontiac, Michigan?
I am very excited, actually. Thank you for asking that question. I mean, again, I was born and raised in Detroit, but I'm very aware that there's much more beyond the city limits. And I think that there's a real opportunity here in Pontiac to unite and bridge based on not just geographical location, but just the history and the opportunity here. So I would love to be a part of that.
So would that be a 10 out of 10 on
There
the
you go.
excitement scale?
10 out of 10.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Hearing no further discussion, speakers list exhausted. On voting on the motion to adopt the resolution to approve the appointment of Lisa Campbell as the City of Pontiac's Grants and Philanthropy Department Director. Roll call, Chief Assistant Clerk.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
Thank you.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Thank you.
Parker.
Yes.
6 yeas.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Congratulations to the city's new incoming Grants and Philanthropy Department
Thank
Director,
you
Lisa
all
Campbell.
for your time.
Let's give her a
Thank you.
hand.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we are now at recognition of elected officials. Are there any current elected officials in our community that would like to give an update in their role? All right, we're now at agenda address. Pro Tem Carrington, are there any requests tonight?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Dr. Deirdre Waterman.
Number 10 on your agenda again is, again, the council's asking the mayor to talk about the status of the increased pension monthly payments to our city retirees. That has been pending for quite a while. It's been months since you told him, hey, look, this program, which could have started 2.5 years ago, because I had already left a plan for that when I left office. In fact, I had the communications department look up the town halls and all the information we had on that and put it posted again. So that's the guidepost for how to go about that. But it's been 2.5 years that this could have been instituted for our retirees who have been patiently waiting. And of course, council, you added up on that too and said because they've been waiting so long, you wanted to make sure that they also got the retroactive pay. So I think the last time you asked the mayor, he said he was waiting for the Judge Borman, to get on his docket. And several of the CIPRI board members contacted me and said, that's kind of strange because there's nothing that is before Judge Borman for him to have a docket on. So I thought, well, that seems to be contrary to what the mayor said. So I hope you can get a straight answer. In fact, what I hear from the CIPRIA board members is that the agreement that they came to was supposed to be written up by the city. And so they're waiting for the mayor to come to bring that agreement. So I hope you will get that straightened out, because so the retirees can get a straight answer about how long it's going to take to get these things that were promised to them. The other agenda item I was going to talk about, I can talk about a little bit later, is the youth center. One of the things I found out by surprise, and we need to know exactly what's going on with that, is that the contract that was written up for the people who are doing the design was not for a youth center. They said it's for a community youth center. That's different than what was promised. So let's not switch and bait, because there are things that are promised to our youth, and I want to talk about more of that during public comment.
Thank you, Dr. Waterman. Ms. Rosalind Norcross.
Good evening. I'd like to speak to, I think it's item 4, the contract for the priority waste. I just have a couple of things that I'm concerned about. Priority waste has purchased GFL, and I wasn't very excited about the service I received from GFL. And so I'm wondering what kinds of changes, positive changes, can we expect? Will there be a change in recycling? Also, a lot of times my trash was missed and yard waste was missed. And so I'm wondering what kind of program is going to be put into place to ensure that that doesn't happen for residents. And the last thing is, with global warming, the time that the leaves fall in the fall is and it warms up in the spring and you're able to clean up your yard, don't necessarily coincide with the dates on the schedule for yard waste. So if you're trying to, in the fall, it's the date has ended for yard waste and the leaves have fallen, and now you have to bag them up or leave them on your lawn until spring. And then in the spring, because we had an early spring and there's no way to change the schedule, you now have the leaves from the fall, and you're trying to clean up what's out there now because the weather is warm and there's nowhere for it to go. So there's like a couple of weeks where you have all these bags, so I'm just wondering, will there be some way to kind of include some awareness of global warming and fix the schedule so that it actually matches what citizens are experiencing?
Well, thank you, Ms. Norcross. Mr. Carlton Jones.
Good evening. Want to speak to a couple of items dealing with professional services. I think item 5 and item 9. And what I want to speak to is not necessarily the contracts or the amounts, anything like that. I'm just quite curious, do we, or have we really explored what can we do to help our citizens, and not just young people, but our citizens become available for professional services, like architects, like engineers, like construction management teams that's at risk. If we don't do our part to make sure that we have residents included in these documents or these contracts, I was so glad to hear today at the GPCC meeting that the county is including DEI into all contracts for the city of Pontiac. It's legal. They say there's no problem with it. I would advise the administration, the council, to check into that because we need that. We constantly are giving away professional service contracts. They bring a team of people in here. They don't look like any of the makeup of Pontiac. I have nothing against that because I know it's difficult. But if we don't do our part to make sure that there's inclusion, equity, diversity, when we approving contracts, it will never change. Council, I hope you all are aware of this program, the ACE mentoring program. All construction houses it here in Pontiac. I'm a mentor in it. We had no Pontiac residents in this last year, and I'm committed to get some next year.
Right.
So I hope you help me.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Ms. Gloria Miller, what items?
I'm going to start first with number 1. I had to text a friend of mine to see what their water rates were because they live in Auburn Hills. And when I walked in the door and I see that Mr. Nash is back again, seems like every year with a water rate. This is absolutely a tragedy. I don't care who, I know you guys not responsible for it, so I'm talking to Mr. Nash and his office. This city got the lowest poverty rate and we steady going up with the water bill. We own the damn thing. And I was here when Mr. Nash has said he was going to talk with his colleagues and see can they bring the rates down for the resident, not to bring it up. We pay more money than any surrounding area and it's our water pump. Something's wrong with that. We need somebody to advocate for the city of Pontiac are paying their rent. Most people that are paying their water rates. Most people in the surrounding area do not pay half the money that Pontiac does. And the pump is right down the street from my house. So I wanted to stress to you, I'm not happy about it. Not at all. Not that I can't afford it. I can. It's my neighbors that can't, that I help every day. Anything, any little, someone said it's only $3.96. To some people, that's a lot. Number 2, and by the way, I'm back. Number 2, I noticed that the deputy mayor and the mayor is on these resolutions. Before they weren't on there, I noticed the deputy mayor wasn't on the resolution. I was just at home watching, looking at the agenda, and I was wondering, okay, so the deputy mayor is now on the resolution. Interesting. And I also was told that he's the finance director. Mr. Kafani, you know I've been here years. I used to work in City Hall. We have never had a deputy mayor work in a finance position. That's a conflict. That's a conflict. Never. Now, I'm going all the way back to Walter Moore. I'm trying to think. No, deputy mayor never did that. Okay, then we're going on to the bridge. Oh, I get to the bridge later. I'm out.
That does conclude it.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. That concludes agenda address, President.
Thank you, Pro Tem Carrington. We're now at number 3 on this evening's agenda. This is an ordinance to amend the city's municipal code. It's Chapter 2, Administration, Article 3, Departments, Division 2, Department of Finance, Sections 2-86, Established, Responsibilities Generally, to remove references to Human Resources Responsibilities, 2-87, Functions and Duties, to remove duties that are Human Resources Responsibilities, and 2-88, Director, to add alternative qualifications for the director position. This is a second reading. Is there a motion to adopt an ordinance amendment? Is there a motion to adopt?
Moved by Carrington.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilwoman James. It is now before us for consideration. Madam City Attorney, would you like to take it?
Yes, good evening, council members. As Council President stated, this is the second reading for amendments to the municipal code related to the qualifications and duties, responsibilities of the finance director. As I stated last week, there are certain parts of the job responsibilities of the finance director that are responsibilities and duties of the Human Resources Department. Also, there were some duties that were attributed to the IT department. So those duties and responsibilities were removed. In addition, we looked at the specific qualifications of the finance director as included in the municipal code. So it had a master's degree required with 5 years' experience that has been amended to include 3 to 5 years' experience with 2 years of municipal experience preferred. And then also the amended language provides that the master's degree can be in a related field. And then more importantly, the qualifications were expanded to include having a bachelor's degree. And with a bachelor's degree in accounting, business administration, finance, public administration, or a related field with 7 to 10 years experience. 3 years experience in public service is preferable. So that is a new part to the experience level for a finance director. And also, we included at the very end of the experience level for the director that the city may consider in its sole discretion alternative combinations of experience and formal education. At last reading last week, council voted to strike that from the municipal code as offered, and so that has been done. So what you have before you is what I've stated, with the exception of that last line, which would call for the city being able to consider alternative combinations of experience and formal education. I welcome any questions.
Thank you. So this is in fact the third time it's come before the full council, but in terms of this iteration, it's the second reading. Any discussion on the motion before us? Councilman Rutherford?
Can you make it plain? So basically, when you say in lieu of educational background, can you give us an example? And the reason why I'm asking is so that the citizens at home understand what that actually means.
Okay, are you referring to the language that was stricken?
No, you just said something else that wasn't stricken. You just repeated it. You said in lieu of educational background, was that striked out or was it not striked? I'm just trying to make sure, because maybe I misheard it.
Sure, it was stricken. So it was presented last week, but on a vote of council, it was voted to be taken out.
Okay, I just want to make, okay. So I removed my question. You've already answered. I appreciate that.
Of course.
Further discussion on the motion before us? Speakers list exhausted. Roll call, Chief Assistant Clerk, on the consideration of the ordinance amendment regarding to the duties and qualifications for Finance Director.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Come back to me.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
Rutherford.
No.
5 yeas, 1 no.
That motion carries. The ordinance amendment is approved. Thank you very much for your work, research, and diligence on the matter. We're now at number 4.
Thank you, Council.
Number 4 on the agenda is a resolution to authorize the mayor or deputy mayor to execute a city contract with Priority Waste to provide waste management services to the city of Pontiac's residents and business for a term of 10 years. Mayor Grimel.
Yes, thank you very much, President McGinnis. I'm going to turn it over in a moment to our purchasing team, our purchasing manager, Alicia Martin, and she's joined by Bridget Greer as well and potentially others. But I wanted to just kind of set the context for all of this. We're coming out of a 20-year contract that was entered into by the city way back in 2004 by a company that was subsequently bought by another company, subsequently bought by a different company, and so forth, until that was ultimately operated by GFL. On this proposal that we went out to bid for, we were particularly focused on quality of service. We know that residents have suffered far too many missed pickups, and so one of the key focuses was on trying to go with a company that had a track record of quality service and of effectively managing their trucks and drivers to ensure that pickups occurred. And we were impressed by the fact that
Priority has cameras on their vehicles and has an effective control system to actually monitor their trucks and make sure that they're picking up waste as needed. We also wanted to make sure that we were moving away from bulk pickup every 2 weeks and having weekly bulk pickup, because the fact that it's occurred every 2 weeks in the past has led to large items like mattresses and other things being left on the curb for a long time, especially because a lot of residents understandably get confused about which week is the bulk pickup week. We also were very sensitive to cost. We know that it's been a difficult economic time, and we really wanted to make sure that residents didn't have sticker shock in terms of increased rates. Currently, under GFL, the city is charged $3.87 every 2 weeks. No, every week, I believe. Every week. So every week currently by GFL, the city is charged $3.87. Some of that is offset by the city's sanitation millage. Some of that is also offset by money that is paid, approximately $1.2 or $1.3 million that's paid to the city every year by GFL to use the city's waste transfer station at the former Collier Road landfill. So the actual amount that residents end up paying is the balance that's left over after that, and that's been $63 as of the most recent winter tax bill. So in terms of the cost directly borne by residents to have their garbage picked up, that was $63 annually as of this past winter's tax bill. We're happy to say that Priority has agreed to include weekly bulk pickup, and they have agreed to do so in the first year for a rate of $3.85, which is a slight decrease compared to what GFL has been charging us without bulk pickup. That amount will increase slightly, roughly in line with inflation, to the tune of 2.5% per year. Priority also is willing to actually continue paying $1.3 million per year over the course of the next 10 years, which is the length of time we're proposing for this contract, to continue to use the Collier Road landfill as a waste transfer station. That will help, again, make sure that residents are bearing less of a direct cost on their tax bills. So we're pleased with this contract. If we were to go with recycling, my conversations with Priority have indicated that they would insist on a weekly pickup for recycling. They're not willing to do a bi-weekly pickup. And the charge to the city would be 53 cents every week, which translates to a cost of an additional $27 plus per year. So because that would be an amount beyond the amount that is covered by the sanitation millage or by the payment for the Collier Road landfill, that would be an additional $27 plus on household bills beyond the current $63 that's paid by our residents. So we are not recommending at this time going with the recycling, mandatory recycling for residents. There will still be recycling dumpsters here at City Hall that residents can bring their recycling to, as has been the case in past years. But at this time, we are not recommending including recycling because we want to be sensitive to the cost borne by our residents. And with that, I'll turn it over to our purchasing manager, Alicia Martin, for additional information about who bid and what the lay of the land is.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and our city residents. Just to give perspective into the solicitation process for waste management, the solicitation was posted February the 22nd, 2024. It was posted to BidNet and also to the city's solicitation webpage. The question acceptance deadline was March the 5th, and questions were submitted online. The closing date of the solicitation was April 12th, so this solicitation was posted for more than 30 days, which is our standard time to post solicitations to the public. We had 44 firms access the solicitation documents, and as the mayor said earlier, 3 firms were interested in submitting proposals in response to the solicitation. Everything that the mayor said, I do ditto. I do want to point out that our existing service provider no longer wanted to operate our transfer station. So that would have left the city with the burden of what do we do now with this transfer station? How do we repurpose it? Getting environmentals and so forth. So that would have been something that we would have to deal with immediately. The current contract is due to expire June 30th, 2024. And so after doing all of our due diligence, checking references, having negotiations with Priority Race, visiting their site, their technology, how well they were able to monitor the neighborhoods, monitor the service. We were very impressed with that. And we do have the team here to answer any questions council may have regarding service and how they're going to meet the needs. I know someone mentioned earlier about GFL selling the residential portion of operations to Priority Waste, and they'll be able to speak to that. I yield the floor.
We're not there yet. Please continue.
Okay. Not many municipalities are still using transfer stations. So Priority coming in, wanting to maintain that for us was a plus going forward. It also was a plus for them to give us the $1.3 million upfront, net 30 days from us signing a contract. They would pay to the city the $1.3 million, which is considered the host fee for the transfer station. Right now, that was being paid on a monthly basis by GFL. So we're getting a little over $108,000 a month. But this will be paid up front. So we'll have that revenue to kind of offset expenditures for waste management to our community up front. And that's basically all I want to add.
Okay. Before we get into further questions, I want to provide Priority Waste representatives the ability to make their pitch if they would so choose.
Good evening, council, mayors, and the residents of the city. My name is Dan Benet. I'm Vice President of Municipal Sales for Priority. I'll give you a brief history of who we are. Priority started in the business in February of 2018 with the ideology that the waste industry needed to be disrupted in a positive way. It was stagnant. It was an old way of accomplishing your goals of getting the materials off of the ground, whatever the material was. Doing it on a manual side, not incorporating technology, not advancing the service. And what we've done in the 6 years that we've come into the market was take technology as a core value for us, knowing that if you embrace technology, you can improve customer service. And I listened to the comment before of, customer experience. That's at the forefront of our operations. At the end of the day, you and your residents want the material to be picked up in an efficient manner, but the strongest word there is picked up. They don't want to have to call into an office, sit on hold for 10, 15, 20, I've seen as long as an hour, wait to get to somebody to maybe get it picked up or maybe have to call back. And that's something that our CEO and a foundation of previous business experience said that can't be acceptable. I'm proud to say that our customer service center, or what we call the PIT, Priority Integrated Technology Center in Clinton Township, averages 20 seconds on hold and averages a minute and 20 seconds for resolution. So the residents that we service, 340 homes per week, that means it adds up to about 1 million touches per week for the various service levels. They're getting on and off the phone with us quickly when they need it. But truthfully, I don't want your residents to have to call. I want your residents to feel comfortable and know that when they leave for work in the morning or when they come back from work, the materials are going to be picked up on a regular basis consistently. So utilizing our technology, we can do a couple of things. One, efficiently watch the routing as it's occurring. So Austin is my colleague, and he manages what we call the PIT and our LDCs, which are logistic driver coordinators. What his team does is watch the trucks as they're running the cities that we manage to make sure that, one, both sides of the streets were hit, two, it was safely completed, and three, if there are any mistakes or issues, are handled or quickly addressed. So if a truck goes to deposit the material at the proper site and returns to route and they miss the street, a driver's touching about 1,000 to 1,200 homes in a day. They go from a landfill back to their route and they forget where they ended. That LDC can call the driver and say, ma'am or sir, you need to go back and start on this street at this corner or this address to make sure that it gets collected. Our competitors will use geotags or another antiquated process for GPS tracking. What we use is a third eye technology incorporated and embedded into our camera systems. So we know exactly what they're doing when they're doing it. We use it as a safety mechanism for them and for your residents to make sure that things are being done properly, but also to make sure they're done efficiently and completely. We can track how fast they accelerate, how fast they decelerate. Are they driving erratically? Are they completing service? The cameras record actions up to 7 days. So if, in case, a resident calls and says, you missed my material today, we can actually confirm that, identify the root cause of that, fix it so it doesn't happen again. We all have those tricky areas of our neighborhoods, that dead-end street that wasn't identified, that there may be a home off to one side or the other. So by having the support system on the background helps the driver as they're operating in your city, helps them fix the issue going forward so that residents that have, I'll say, habitual or consistent problems, get them fixed. And incorporating this, Austin and his team also take the calls from your residents. So they're able to give live, real data and responses to them should they call into us. They can look at if we've been there yet, because that's a common thing. I'm a routine guy. I wake up, I do the same thing to get ready for my work day, and I follow the same procedure so I don't forget something. That's been a habit of mine. So with residents, they tend to get used to a collection time. They may put their material out at 1 because they know generally they get picked up in the afternoon. So when they call in, let's say, and they are on that routine, we can say, ma'am or sir, actually looks like we were at your house at 10:42 this morning and the material wasn't out. So now we're educating, having that very casual, candid, positive conversation of, we'll come back today to get it, but please in the future, have it out on time before 7 a.m. so that we don't have to do this again. Love to talk to you. I love the interaction, but we want you to manage your day and not have to manage our service. I'll let Austin briefly speak to anything that I may have missed, but thank you all again for the opportunity to be in front of you.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, everybody, for your time. I'm Austin Ezzeretti. I'm the VP of Program Management Operations and Customer Experience at Priority. And much like Dan said, right, we're coming into the city wanting to be a partner, right? So much in the trash industry is kind of archaic, and we wanted to bring technology. So each of our trucks has 6 cameras on every truck. So we're able to capture what's going on at the curb. We're able to use that data, and we track that data not only in dashboards, but self-reporting and different things like that to really educate the consumer, educate the customer on what's going on. The Logistic Driver Coordinator program was built out of the need to bring the driver and customer closer together. And with that, the Logistic Driver Coordinator, LDC as we use for short, is able to solve the problems of the residents because they have the tools to solve it. So many other companies have different departments doing different things. We streamline the process to make sure that we are able to solve your problem in the most real time as possible. We don't linger. We don't want it to be 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks before something gets solved. What we want to do is we want that person, if you're calling us, we want the person on the phone to be able to solve that. And as Dan said, in about a minute, 20-ish minutes, we are solving those problems, first call resolutions, right? So really, I can go into more detail if there's questions, but I just want to thank you for your time and know that we want to be a partner of the city and really bring that service that everybody's looking for. Thank you.
Thank you very much for bidding and responding to the bid proposal from the city of Pontiac. What is the timeline in which priority waste would be absorbing and beginning the GFL residential book of business? Maybe not directly related, but it's important. I need to know. When does that transition take place?
Yeah, the expected closing date for that is July 1st. So,
okay.
June 30th, I should say. So July 1st, we would be operating the GFL assets and the employees that are coming over with that acquisition. That is about 800 or so employees and about 500 or so vehicles. It's obviously hit the news and people have heard. We're very excited myself to welcome these new team members to Priority. I think, and I don't want to make any assumptions, and I do not want to bash any of my competitors because I think that's improper. I think the way that we have our programs, talking to the LDC, bringing the driver off of an island in which they used to work, having a personal assistant that's helping them in the roadways as they're operating and servicing, they have a support system that takes them off the island that was the truck cab, that they go out, they pick up trash, they go home, and they go home to their families. Having a person that they are in constant communication with, we've seen a drastic downturn in turnover. Our drivers are leaving at a much lesser rate. Because of that, they're seeing that benefit. And I heard a conversation this morning or just the other day where the LDC was talking to a driver and asking him how his family was. That doesn't happen in this industry. That emotional entanglement was absent prior. Now we have these LDCs that work with the same drivers because the same drivers are working in the same communities in which they're watching every day. That relationship is coming together. Those LDCs are now becoming emotionally entangled with the drivers to the LDCs, and now it's bringing it into a family atmosphere as opposed to, please go get your route completed so that you can go home to your family at whatever time that gets done. Call us if you need something, but go do it. And that's the opposite of what our CEO has a foundation for.
The operating license for a waste transfer station from the state agency that approves those licenses, which is EGLE is their acronym, what's the usual turn time for the approval of such an operating license?
It's a great question. If you're pushing it, which we do have some great contacts with EGLE, we operate 2 transfer stations currently, so we do have somebody that we go through for a lot of that. I'm not privy to the full detail that's handled by our licensing and compliance officer, but usually 45 days is the fastest we would see that.
Okay, thank you for that context. This is a substantial contract, a big aspect of the city's operations. We contract for public safety with Oakland County Sheriff's Department. We contract for fire prevention and fire responsiveness with Waterford Regional Fire Department. And this is up there as a very large contract. Previously, it had been 20 years that the citizens had been locked into an unfavorable contract. So this is a big deal. This is a crossroads that the city is at. I'm gravely concerned, though, because today is June 25th, meaning this contract expires in 5 days. And so you might want to sit down from the podium because this ain't your fault, and you don't have to answer these questions. But I think it's really unacceptable for the city council to be put this question 5 days prior to the expiration. And more gravely, included in the packets is no contract. So I cannot review something that has not been provided, and I have searched to try and see if we were shared it independently or separately. I'm finding none of that. So I do not have a bid tabulation sheet. I do not have a contract. I have, I would say, 2 paragraphs in length of a summary, and then the resolution, which I'll read. The terms seem quite solid, broadly speaking. I'm cautiously optimistic that this would be, in fact, a great turn for residents and the users. When I shared that this was being considered at our last District 7 meeting, and the mayor was there and spoke and said that Still being negotiated, but we might have weekly bulk pickup, weekly special pickup. The residents of the east side were thrilled that this would mean real results, great improvement of services, less blight, less dumping, and less junk left on the curb. But here we are, 5 days before the expiration of the contract, and I have no contract I'm looking at. So this is what the resolution states. Whereas the City of Pontiac has had an agreement with GFL and its predecessor entities, of which there were many, and its predecessor entities for waste management services for the last 20 years, and whereas that agreement is set to expire on June 30th, 2024, and whereas the city competitively bid the waste management services contract in accordance with the city's purchasing ordinance, and whereas Titan, National, GFL, and Priority Waste each submitted bids, and whereas the reviewing committee selected Priority Waste as the lowest responsible bidder, now therefore be it resolved that the Pontiac City Council hereby approves awarding the 10-year waste management service contract to Priority Waste, subject to the following terms: $3.85 per week per serviced address for trash removal, yard waste removal, and weekly bulk pickup of up to 2 items, a 2.5% annual increase in the price paid by the city to Priority for those services over the 10-year contract, payment by Priority to the city of $1.3 million per year over the 10-year contract to use the Collier Road landfill as a waste transfer station, and penalty provisions by which Priority must pay the city for missed pickups and other service problems. Be it further resolved, the City Council authorizes the mayor or the mayor's designee to execute an agreement in accordance with the terms set forth and in compliance with the Pontiac Municipal Code. So we got 3 options here, Mayor Greimel. Option 1 is that you explain to the council and the community that the path forward is that these are the broad terms, we approve the broad terms, and a contract detail will come. That's option 1. And if the city attorney can rock with that, I can maybe get there. Option 2 is that we table this until later in this evening, and then we have to do a workshop, make this meeting a workshop later on after we do the agenda items, where we have to dive into what could be a very lengthy contract, so that way the council can approve something that they've laid eyes on and have been able to sink their teeth into. Option 3, we kick the can and say, well, you didn't give it enough time, there's not enough information, and then the city's trash collection potentially could stop in 5 days, which is crazy. Option 4, I said there was 3, but I'm strategizing here on the fly. Option 4, we are put in a position where we must schedule a special meeting of the city council later this week, so that way there could be time for the council and community to review further detail. Option 5 is that there can be a resolution drafted before this meeting is over that allows some contingency extension of a few days of the expiring contract, unless that's already in some dusty old agreement from 2004. Maybe it's already in there, so that's option 6. But I'm gravely concerned in terms of the council and the community being able to have all the information that's needed. So let me know of those 6 options, where we're at, and what's the path forward, because I like these broad terms, and I like that there can be change and progress for residents, but where's the beef? So, Mayor Greimel, what gives?
Yeah, so your concerns are fair, first of all. I want to be clear about that. I believe that the purchasing division has the bid tabulations and can certainly share those. I'll allow our legal director to speak about the status of the drafting of the contract. I know that she, along with outside counsel, have been working on that for some time, and that our legal director directly has gotten heavily involved in that since last week. And so it's our legal director's opinion, because we talked about this, that, let me begin by saying, she believes the contract will be finalized tomorrow. So I want to be clear about that. It's her opinion, as she shared with me at least, but I'll allow her to speak for herself, that as long as the core terms of the agreement are approved by City Council, that the legalese can be drafted separately. But with that, I'll turn it over to our legal director.
Good evening again, Council. So what I will say is that we are, outside counsel and I are working very diligently to come up with a final form to present to you. But the terms that are in your resolution are what we are working on. And so we have to make sure that the terms of our agreement are in accordance with neighboring communities. So when we saw that certain communities may have a lower rate, we wanted to get a lower rate also. And so that had stymied us having a final agreement because more negotiation needed to be done. I do have a virtual call at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, 10 or 11 o'clock, to finalize the terms, but they are in accordance with what you see in the resolution. I feel very comfortable with the terms that are in the resolution as was espoused from Priority Waste. So there's always something that, for me, I'm going to press a little bit more, and that really had to do with recycling. So having the option down the line to be able to reopen the contract if the citizens want recycling, I think that that's important, and that's the last part of the contract that, as far as the language, is being worked on. So I welcome any questions.
So of those 6 scenarios I laid out, it sounds like the city attorney's position is that we are being asked to pursue pathway 1, option 1, which is adopting the broad parameters of the contract without a contract being finalized or provided, and that it just works itself out in the wash. And so it's not actually going to further come back to the council for final ratification.
Not at this point. I mean, unless you want to have a special meeting. But as I stated, the terms that are in your resolution are the terms, with the exception of us being able to reopen the contract for recycling down the line. Short of that, everything else that you have there is accurate.
I appreciate the city wanting to get the best possible terms for the taxpayers and the residents. I mean, there's no debate. We want that. We are residents. We got trash. But it's gravely concerning about procedurally where we're at with this brinksmanship with the clock. So per your understanding of the existing contracts, what opportunity for extension or a throwing on of a few more days when the clock strikes midnight on June 30th, what bell tolls with the trash gods for Pontiac?
So we have been in communication with Priority Waste, with us being able to get them the draft contract tomorrow. They did state that they would review it expeditiously with their red lines. Considering that we've been in communication back and forth, like these are not new terms for them, I don't think that there will be any surprises to them, because we have included them in conversations about price, the recycling piece, the Collier Road area. And so I don't think that it is a surprise of any sort to them.
Councilman James, was this matter brought up before the Parks, Recreation, and Public Works Subcommittee in detail or broadly over the last 6 months at any point?
No, it has not. and it wasn't discussed. We had a meeting yesterday. It wasn't on the agenda, and no one mentioned it. But I guess I'm really dumbfounded that the city would present council with a 10-year contract and ask us to approve a 10-year contract with absolutely no documentation at all. And I've done, just some preliminary looking at their ranking, and it's not positive. The comments that are made are in regards to their organization as opposed to what we've had, GFL, which our residents were very disappointed with, and not real impressive with what I see online in regards to this organ. I just don't know why we were not. You knew this vote was coming. I don't understand why you did not give us basic information that we could have evaluated at this point. We have nothing to evaluate. So I just don't understand how you expect us to make a decision when there's really nothing to evaluate other than some numbers. When the issue goes beyond numbers, the issue with Pontiac residents is that we're tired of dealing with trash companies that do not care about the residents of the city of the city of Pontiac. We want a trash company that's really going to be committed to this city to give our residents the quality service they want. And I don't see that standard in the previous, and I don't see it in this current proposal. So I mean, there's a lot here that just does not. And then for us to be in this 11th hour situation, I don't know what to say.
Through the chair.
City Attorney.
Yes, I hear what you're saying, Councilwoman James, and so I think that it was also important that we had a penalty for missed trash pickup. So there were a multitude of reasons that the contract in its final form is not before you. I did decide to get involved to make sure that the certain terms as far as recycling. The mayor also wanted the penalty for any trash that was missed to be included. And as far as the 10-year contract, that seems to be the standard for most communities. We looked at a 5-year contract that would have provided less than the $1 million a year for the station. And so we had to weigh, what's in the best interest of the community. But I will say to you that has been what has been in the forefront, is to make sure that the community got the lowest price, that you have the option to get recycling if you want it, that there is a penalty for, bad customer service. So all of those things played into it. We could have had probably the contract done a lot sooner if we didn't fight for those things. I will say that.
The flagging of the duration of the contract is more problematic in the context of us not having it. So at that big and long of a contract, we can't say we trust that it'll have the elements that we need in it. I'm going to go through, all council members are going to get the floor, but I acknowledge and appreciate that there'd be a penalty for missed pickups and other service problems. Would it be fair to say that current expiring contract with GFL and its predecessors did not have that?
I believe that from what I've seen, there appears to have been some page that had a penalty, and that was a 20-year contract. So I've looked at so many different communities. with trying to negotiate this current contract that I don't want to misspeak.
Understood.
I can ask the purchasing director if you choose to acknowledge her.
We'll follow that up because I think the community and council is probably clear from now. We're not baking this half-done cake tonight. Councilman Parker, you had a hand?
In lieu of not having a contract, I guess if we're debating a contract and what's going to be in it, does it include a DEI clause? Is there an equipment clause where we have to purchase any equipment? Are we going to be using the existing equipment? Of the 800 employees, how many of them are Pontiac residents? Those are the questions that I need answered, because if you're going to start something new, I certainly would hope that some of the people would be hired from Pontiac. I think we've made that a request that some DEI be placed in the contracts for this city, and I think it's something that we need to be looking at.
Especially for 10 years.
Thank you. Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I definitely suggest that we have a special meeting later this week to give the administration time enough to get this contract together and present it to council. From looking at the resolution, I like some of the terms, but I definitely don't want to see anything increased on anybody's taxes if we can foresee that. For example, right now, recycling is done at the City Hall, right? Would that change, or would that go away? Right now, people bring it down to City Hall, and we do have some recycling.
We would still allow for that, yes, and I've had that conversation with Priority.
So I definitely, and I think that some people on certain sides of the city can afford that extra $60, but a lot of people throughout the city will not be recycling, and they definitely can't afford that increase. So I suggest that we continue to keep it the same as people come down to City Hall and do their recycling. Councilman Parker also makes a good point about DEI. That's very important. One of my questions was going to be when they said they had a staff of 800 moving in, I actually wanted to know, would they be able to hire anybody from the city of Pontiac? Or is it possible, or would they do any hiring in the city of Pontiac? And that's it for me.
Thank you. Councilman Goodman.
I apologize if I missed this when I stepped out. Just to ask this bluntly, when did you guys begin working on the new contract?
For me, I began working on this contract probably 2 weeks ago, but the purchasing department has been working on this a lot longer. I mean, there's a sample contract that was included with the RFP. So, once we got the final numbers, and I saw that a neighboring community had lower rates. And so the question became, why is a larger community getting a lower rate for their residents, but not the city of Pontiac? So that is partly what has caused this, is that there had to be some accountability as to why one community got a lower price when they had more residents than the city of Pontiac. And I think that really, if I hadn't said anything, we would have a contract for you, but it would be higher. And I just can't do that.
So I appreciate your due diligence in that half. Purchasing manager, when did you begin working on the procurement of a new contract?
We began working on this particular solicitation last year, and as council is aware, Al Cooley at the time was the DPW director that had all the institutional knowledge for waste management, and then when he left, it was a bit of challenge of getting the information internally in terms of what our service level should be like, what our expectations going forward. So we did ultimately form a committee which consisted of Vince Jimenez. He's the superintendent in DPW. We also had Mindy Wesley join, who has firsthand knowledge of the complaints that we were getting from GFL. She's the one that gets the phone calls. We also was working with the deputy mayor. Later, we were joined by PCG, our procurement consulting firm, who was helping us bring this all together. This was a significant undertaking. When we first started talking about waste management, we were in negotiations with GFL to see if there was some value add or some things they can bring to the table. so we can consider other options, maybe perhaps an extension for 5 years, but there was a couple of things that were on the table. During those negotiations, we did not feel comfortable because we didn't feel like we were getting the best rates from GFL at the time. It was until later this year when we were having pre-negotiations with them that I felt they were sharpening their pencils more and presenting to the city better pricing. So some of the delay a little bit on the beginning was, from the DPW director leaving and us having to come together as a team and get this solicitation out, which I mentioned earlier was in February. So this has been a lot of work going back and forth, having site visits, having email communications with all three firms, just trying to solidify the best offer that we could get through the competitive bid process. And that's what we got at the end of the day. I know our law city attorney mentioned being able to question whether or not we were getting the lowest price. But my job as a purchasing manager is to put this information out there and fairly have it bid. And that's what we got back. And so once we made a determination after checking references, after checking Laura, most municipalities gave us stellar references for priority. Sterling Heights was one of them. They gave us stellar references indicating that Priority Waste was a good firm that was servicing their city. They were happy that they changed. I believe they formerly were with GFL, if I'm not mistaken. And now, because of course we know that they're sold now, but that's who they were with previous, like we were. So it just took a team of us. I believe we were very diligent in terms of documentation. There is documentation regarding the outcome of our work. I don't know why it was not included in the agenda packet. And forgive me, I haven't looked at it because I've been working on 5 major projects, one of them being waste management. So I will take responsibility for not checking the packet to make sure that that information was not in there, because it has been my endeavor to make sure that council does have information regarding these items that we are putting before council. This will be a first for me of that not being included in the packet.
Well, all right, here we go. We cannot vote on this because we don't have a contract. Though my issue are the following things. There's a lack of respect for this council. Disrespect, I want to say. No one else is going to say it. I'm going to. There's a pattern that happens that we have to do everything on the 11th hour. I don't care what you say. It's what you do that matters to me. So that's my first thing. I'm not even going to blame you because the administration knew over a year ago that this was happening. And I don't believe anybody from this council, President, unless you have, that you were in talks or discussion about the garbage contracts at all. I'm just asking you.
The administration has never asked if there were any council members they wanted to have on any bid review or any other work group regarding the waste service contract. You may recall that we had a discussion earlier this month on a council agenda. I was prompted to even bring that up because I saw the news that GFL was being bought out by Priority Waste. So I said, I'd like to find that out and get that to council. And it's through that I learned, I knew it was in 2024, but that was my first informing that this contract was expiring on June 30th.
And so
the same month. So we're working on weeks of just even awareness, let alone council involvement.
That's disrespect. So you can't say, we can't in good conscience vote for this. And my second question is to the attorney, if you could stand up for me, because I wasn't even a question, this is a statement. If you've been involved for only 2 weeks, who was directly handling the negotiation parts of this prior to you being involved?
I would defer to the purchasing manager on that because, there was a meeting where I learned about the waste management contract, but I remembered that a neighboring community had just hired the company at risk here, So
to the administration, prior to this attorney, our attorney being involved, who was in direct contact with the individuals that was negotiating this contract directly?
Are you deferring to Mayor
I'm
Grumman?
deferring to whoever you want to defer to, sir.
Okay, so it's not been specifically yielded. Mayor, do you feel comfortable answering that?
I do,
You
yeah.
have the
So
floor.
in terms of direct communications with the people who put in the bids, is that your question?
Yes.
That has been the purchasing division until last week. Last week, I got directly involved to try to land the plane and make sure that we were able to get an affordable rate. But before that time, it was the purchasing division.
So in knowing all of this, what are our options with GFL? Because this ain't gonna happen. We can't do this.
Yeah, so.
So I'm yielding to I want to know tangible options that's within the contract, that if we don't get a contract signed on June 30th, will GFL, what is the pricing that they're going to charge us to pick up the trash? What are our options directly verbatim from the contract? I yield to the president to yield to the mayor.
Mayor Grumman, you have the floor.
Yeah, so I would say, to answer that question most directly, obviously GFL is being purchased by Priority. We have some representatives of Priority here, and what I have suggested to Priority through the representatives who are with us is that if GFL, now soon to be Priority, agrees to a 1-week extension operating under the existing terms of the GFL contract, it would allow us to finalize the full contract, provide that to City Council in your packet for next Tuesday, and have a vote on this proposed contract next Tuesday. Priority, the representatives who are with us from Priority don't have the authority to agree to that, but they're trying to get approval, and they've been reaching out to people at Priority and expect to hear back soon. I would also note, if I could, President, in answer to some of the questions or concerns that have been expressed, most notably by Councilwoman James, there aren't a lot of companies out there, at least not in Michigan, that do this kind of work. And so it's not the most competitive marketplace. We only received 3 bids, and one of those was from GFL, which is obviously on the cusp of going out of business, at least in terms of curbside collection. That's what's being sold, to be a little more specific to Priority. They're selling their curbside collection for residential to Priority. So GFL is going to continue in business doing commercial waste pickup, doing recycling, other things, but they're selling their residential curbside to Priority. We got a bid from GFL before anyone knew they were going and selling their curbside collection to Priority. We got a bid from Priority. And then we got another bid from Titan, which is a relatively new entrant, and it is operated by a member of the Rizzo family from the Rizzo trash collection outfit. We did try to check the 3 references provided by Titan, and Bridget on our team was the person who really took the lead in checking Titan references, and I'll allow Bridget to speak to that, but we weren't able to even get a hold of all of their references, and some of their references didn't even relate to residential curbside collection, but instead related to other things. So their references that they provided were not very applicable or relevant. But Bridget, I don't want to put words in your mouth. You're the one who had those conversations.
If you'd like.
So I am a consultant for the purchasing department, and I did check the references for Titan. They gave 3 references. One was a trucking company. They are a big trucking company, so they did commercial, like roofing, dumpsters, and that was the extent of their references. The other 2 were not even residential references.
Thank you for that context. So, narrowing down possible options, one possible option that the mayor has invoked, and I'll yield the floor to Priority Waste representatives. The mayor is indicating that come July 1st, GFL's curbside collection becomes Priority Waste. And it's possible that in this meeting later this evening, we could have an updated resolution drafted saying that a 1-week continuation, all terms, all prices, to allow continuity and continuation of curbside trash pickup for the residents of Pontiac prior to the finalization of this contract. Does the executives with us at Priority Waste, have you gotten a response yet? And we understand this is a unique barrel to be over at 8:05 p.m. at night, but any headway on that?
Yes, thank you. Vince Oyempa, our Chief of Staff and Legal Counsel, I just got off the phone with him. What we would be acceptable, your decision, but what we would like is that we can do a short-term agreement for services that would be provided by Priority after July 1, knowing that next week it could come to council. But we would ask that it would be based on the terms that are described in your resolution in your packet. So the $385 per unit, the service levels that we bid, the trash and yard waste, and the 2 bulk items, because the contract that you have with GFL has no affiliation with Priority. Not obviously the term, I know that would have to be approved in the contract, but just on the general statement for payment purposes of the $385 per unit.
City Attorney Gurley, do you feel comfortable having such a resolution extension authorizing that 1-week agreement that you would be drafting this evening?
I would ask about the Collier Road Center, just to make sure that that is part of the agreement as well as described by corporate counsel for Priority. But as far as keeping the prices to what is listed in the resolution, I do feel comfortable with that as we have negotiated those prices, and that's ultimately what I see as being in the contract.
Well, part of the challenge of the Collier Road curveball is substantial, but council would be acting on that without information, and that's not ground that we want to be standing on, even if it is transitional, so to speak. So I am no fan of a special meeting at the last minute, because many of us have day jobs, and people got lives, residents got lives, they need to plan around. But if we have a special meeting on Friday, it can at least be vetted, even if it's a short-term action, and maybe the final full 10-year contract could be ready by then.
Point of information.
Yes.
Okay, so don't we have to post if we're going to have a meeting?
Yes, a Friday meeting would satisfy the lead time required for posting with the Michigan Open Meetings Act.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah. In fact, a Thursday meeting would be, that just cuts it even closer.
And then my follow-up would be,
Yes.
What time would that be? Because some of us work during the
Well,
day.
so if I'm getting the sense from council that yes, a special meeting on Friday is the way to go, I'll go down the road and we'll say who could, who couldn't, and if you could, what time could you do it? But Mayor Gromley, you had a hand?
Well, I certainly don't object to a Friday special meeting if that's council's preference. I would just say that if what we're saying is, hey, we're talking about these terms in the resolution for a 1-week period, and we're not talking about the waste transfer station. The waste transfer station is sort of a moot point for the first week anyway, because the terms that were agreed on by Priority were that they will make that payment beginning when Eagle signs off on the permit transfer. And that's obviously not going to happen in the 1 week anyway. And so I would argue that if we're talking about a 1-week extension pending the finalization of contract terms, that's probably okay to do without including the waste transfer station. Because the waste transfer station, even if you included these terms that we've negotiated with Priority for the waste transfer station, that's not going to come to fruition in 1 week anyway. But again, I defer to our legal counsel.
And because the legal counsel raised it, that's why I'm discussing it in those
Understood.
terms. I'm going to go down so that those 6 council members that are with us currently can, and I understand this is a challenging question to answer. Would you prefer for a 1-week Band-Aid that is drafted this evening and voted on later this evening with the full 10-year contract provided to us ahead of next week's city council, regular city council meeting, and voted on at the regular city council meeting? Or, second option, would you like a special meeting scheduled for later this week? Councilman Parker, sorry to make you have to break the seal, but would you rather option A or option B? Option A being we draft tonight a 1-week Band-Aid to make sure that garbage service doesn't get interrupted? Or would you like us to schedule a special meeting later this week to handle that and/or that full contract if it's ready?
I would agree to a special meeting, except that on Friday, I know there's some other meetings that's already been scheduled.
Yeah.
And I've been asked to participate in, so my time is limited on that day.
But so you would be leaning towards wanting a special meeting, and then we can sort out if there's a time that can even work with quorum. Okay, thank you. Councilwoman James, on those 2 options, where do you fall?
Yeah, is that when we have the, Well, I don't prefer option A. I am not going to, we can't continue to deal with this kind of madness. And I'm not going to draft something tonight. So option B, but we're really challenged because we have some other interviews on Friday, so.
Yeah, we got interviews, we got subcommittee meetings, we're gonna have to do a lot of dancing.
Possibly Saturday morning.
But so option B of a special meeting is?
Option B is the only option for me.
Okay, Council Pro Tem?
Well, I definitely do not want to do it tonight. I just think that when we start rushing things, everybody makes mistakes, and it's not the best way to handle the situation. I do suggest that we do a special meeting, and even if we do it Friday, we can do it at the end of the day when those interviews are over. So that's what I'm hoping.
Thank you. Councilman Goodman?
While voicing my disgust out loud, I am open to option B.
Okay. Councilwoman Rutherford?
They not like us, man. They not like us. Look here. The problem is that we have subcommittee meetings. Some of us work. What time we gonna do it? I'm disgusted. I'm disappointed. I'm frustrated. I gotta do B, but y'all have showed us once again that there is no respect for this council and what we're trying to do. And you cannot keep saying that you want to work with us when you're not giving us the tools to work with you. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to miss half my work pay. Hope y'all paying me, and we're gonna have to do option B.
We're not paying.
I know. That was them.
I know. So the consensus is that a special meeting later in the week. It's been flagged. We'll, of course, want to make sure it complies with the Open Meetings Act, so that eliminates most of tomorrow. I mean, you could, in theory, do it, but that's not going to give us what we need. So I think the consensus is Friday or, worst-case scenario, Saturday. So we have 2 subcommittees scheduled. One is Facilities and Property at 3 o'clock, and one is Communications, Engagement, and Operations at 4 o'clock. Do either of the subcommittee chairs invoked feel comfortable cannibalizing their meetings? You volunteer as tribute. So the 4 p.m. Communications Subcommittee can get cannibalized for the greater good. Would you like Facilities and Property to remain Facilities and Property at 3, or do you want it to be cannibalized for the greater good and the millions of bags of trash that could accumulate?
For the sake of the trash and me not getting no calls, I got to cancel my meeting. But please know, I'm going to bring this up later.
So 3 and 4 p.m. are on the table, but Councilman Parker, does late in the afternoon work for you?
I believe so.
Councilwoman James?
4 should be good.
Does 3 and or 4 in that vicinity work for you?
Yes.
Okay, sounds like pro tem to be able to swing it with work, 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock.
How about, so, okay. Mayor and Deputy Mayor, City Charter requires that at least one of you fine individuals are required to be there for the meeting to be able to happen.
We will be there.
Okay, so sounds like 4 o'clock PM on Friday, June 28th will become a special meeting of the City Council. For the sake of what has already been very lengthy, could I please have a motion?
So moved.
No, I should do it this way. Yeah. Could I please have a motion to suspend the rules?
So moved.
To set aside the motion that was before us, to take up a new motion that would be a resolution scheduling a special meeting of the Pontiac City Council. So it's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman, that we motion to suspend the rules. Chief Assistant Clerk or City Attorney, any concerns with that motion to suspend the rules when we already had a motion actively underway?
The motion that was underway, did you just amend that motion?
So the motion that was pending was approval of the resolution approving the contract for 10 years. We are seeking to suspend the rules to take up a resolution to schedule a special meeting, and therefore there's a meeting that we can refer or postpone this resolution to. Or would you like us to postpone to the special meeting and then schedule said special meeting?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, so with that, we're going to set aside our motion to suspend the rules. We'll take that up next. What we have before us is the motion for approval and awarding Priority Waste a 10-year contract for trash hauling services. Could I please have a motion to postpone that
So moved.
to the next special meeting of the City Council?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman, that this be postponed to the forthcoming Friday special meeting. Everyone clear on what this vote is? It's postponing the action until Friday's special meeting. Hearing no further discussion, speakers list is exhausted. Roll call, Chief Assistant Clerk, on the motion to postpone.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
6 yeas.
That motion carries. It's postponed. Now, could I please have a motion to suspend the rules to take up a resolution not currently on the approved agenda, the scheduling of a special
So
meeting?
moved.
Support.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. The resolution would read, be it hereby resolved that the Pontiac City Council schedules a special meeting of the Pontiac City Council on Friday, June 28, 2024 at 4 o'clock p.m. to be held in the City Council chambers at Pontiac City Hall for the purposes of considering the resolution to approve and award Priority Waste a 10-year contract for trash hauling services and related business. Is there a motion for that resolution I've just read?
I motion.
Support.
Moved by Councilwoman James, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington for that resolution scheduling the special meeting for this Friday. Any discussion or clarification needed? Roll call, Chief Assistant Clerk, on that resolution setting the special meeting.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
5 yeas.
All right, that motion carries. The special meeting has been scheduled. Hopefully it's all clear when and where that is taking place and the focus of that meeting. So now the hard work is for administration, staff, and representatives for Priority Waste to iron out further information. We are at number 5 on the agenda. It's a resolution to enter into a contract agreement with Hubble, Roth, and Clark, Inc. for design engineering services on Auburn Road construction. It's a $291,923 cost from the Major Roads Fund. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution, which would allow debate to continue?
Moved by Carrington.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Parker. The item is now before us. Mayor Grimel and administration, you have the floor.
Thank you. As we've discussed briefly with the council in the past, We're looking forward to having an Auburn Road repaving project next year in 2025 from Woodward all the way to the city's boundary with Auburn Hills. And the first step in that process, of course, is getting the design and engineering going. And so that's what this agenda item is for, is we're asking for approval of that design and engineering contract. And with that, I'll turn it over to Zach Hoppola of DLZ.
Thank you, Council, Mayor. So as the Mayor alluded to, this is in regards to roughly 2 miles of construction on Auburn Road that was submitted to the Transportation Improvement Plan, the TIP for funding. I believe that was submitted roughly 2021, 2022 in the winter months there, where the city was awarded $2.2 million worth of construction funds. So again, this is to award design engineering, which would encompass topographic services for surveying, and then any geotechnical services to then put together the actual construction drawings, plans, things of that nature to then submit to the state of Michigan this winter, and then we would hopefully commence with construction spring of 2025.
And to clarify, the Auburn Road construction project would be from the city limits at Opdyke Road all the way to the Woodward Loop. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion before us. Again, it's Hubble, Roth & Clark, Inc., Design Engineering Services for Auburn Road Rehabilitation Project. Is it correct to state we are required as a city to provide the full amount for the design engineering services? The bulk of funds, as you alluded to, can be externally provided, but this design engineering services is required to be direct from the city.
Yes, sir. Your design engineering costs and your construction engineering costs, which would be actually basically supervising the construction, reviewing the pay applications from the contractor, recommending payment, things of that nature. Both of those services are the responsibility of the city. The MDOT does not contribute to that. MDOT only contributes to the actual construction costs themselves.
Further discussion, Councilwoman James.
Yes, is MDOT requiring us to put bike lanes on that street?
There is not a requirement for bike lanes on this street. This was not, as far as Gulf and Bagley, that whole type of thing. There's a lot of vision for what this project may entail, and there has been direct communication from HRC's transportation team that they would like to actually sit down with council and talk about what potential plans may be on the table for Auburn Road. There is potential to expand that project, and they have alluded to me that there are other funding mechanisms if they would like to expand that project from what was originally programmed. But again, they are welcoming the opportunity to discuss coming here shortly if they were to be awarded the contract about what this project may entail and what they would include into the design.
But so to clarify our question, so make sure all the council community is aware, there's no funding that we've received or agreed to that already has that requirement tie-barred to the funding, per your understanding.
Correct. That is my understanding. It is not in their proposal letter. I've also checked their program application that they had actually submitted for the city years ago. There's not any explicit language about a bike lane being added.
Thank you. Councilman Parker.
How does this project tie into the proposed Woodward Loop redesign in the time frame?
So that's again going to be a lot of discussion once we award this to a design engineer, and then a lot of discussion once we would actually bid this out, because the Woodward Loop conversion, my understanding is there's going to be multiple different phasing to it, about 5 in total, I believe. And so a lot of that, there will be a lot of discussions between both teams there to make sure that the timing, the sequencing, our MOT plans or our detour plans, everything runs as smoothly as possible and makes the most sense possible.
Further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing no further discussion, speakers list exhausted. Roll call, Chief Assistant Clerk, on adoption of the resolution to enter into a contract with Hubble, Roth & Clark, Inc. for design engineering services for the Auburn Road Rehabilitation Project. Again, this is for the amount of $291,923, and that's coming from specifically the Major Roads Fund. Roll call.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
5 yeas.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We're at number 6. It's a resolution approving budget amendments for various departments for this fiscal year that's concluding to ensure that the respective general ledger accounts balance before the conclusion of the fiscal year. We give the floor to Mayor and Administration for more information. This was before us 2 weeks ago when we approved it coming for consideration. Mayor.
Thank you. We did touch on this briefly 2 weeks ago, but I know that was really just focused on the publishing of the notice for the budget amendment. So I'll allow the Deputy Mayor to get into more details. And of course, we also have our Acting Finance Director, Sekar Bawa, here as well.
All right. The motion is before us. It spells out the changes in those respective different fund balances. And is there any further discussion on the item? Okay. Hearing no further discussion, roll call, Chief Assistant Clerk, on adoption of the resolution approving the budget amendment for various departments.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
5 yeas.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted, and the budget is amended. We're at number 7. It's a resolution to approve the acceptance of $130,000 from Oakland Livingston Human Service Agency, you know it usually as OLSA, for the Senior Chore Program Grant Program. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Yes.
All right, so it's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. Mayor and Administration, you have the floor for your request.
Thank you, President McGinnis. I wanted to really celebrate this item, and I know we've got our Acting Grants Director here who will get into some of the additional details, but we know that we have a lot of seniors in our community who need assistance with chores, things like shoveling the snow, mowing the grass. And there was a time when also the Oakland Livingston Human Service Agency actually had a program where they would arrange for those chores to be done for seniors in our community. They stopped that program a number of years ago, and as a result, seniors who need assistance with those items have not been getting that assistance. So although OLSA is still not doing that program, they did provide grant money to the city, thanks to the hard work of our grants team, and have provided or offered at this point, until the agreement's agreed to by City Council, they have offered $130,000 in grants to the city for the city to administer this program. And we're very excited about the opportunity to begin offering those services and assistance to seniors once again. And with that, I'll turn it over to our Acting Grants Director, Renee Hall.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and citizens. We are asking the Council to approve the grant agreement in the amount of $130,000 for the Senior Chore Program. These funds will be used on yard services for residents who are at least 62 years of age with an income at or under 80% of HUD area median income, or income eligible residents who are younger than 62 with a physical disability. We will provide services such as snow removal, lawn mowing, yard cleanup, brush trimming, gutter cleaning, and some other details is still being worked out because we have not had the grant agreement signed or the RFP go out for contractors. So we will work on other things that we may be able to provide.
Thank you. And will the city administration be hiring additional staff to coordinate this, or will it be assigned to existing staff? And if so, under which department will it be assigned?
It will be under the Grants and Philanthropy Department. We are looking at hiring more staff. We are going to start the intake process to get things started, but we are looking at hiring more staff.
Did the terms of the grant, thank you for that information, did the terms of the grant allow for some funding or some portion of the funding being used to have staff member facilitator?
Yes.
Okay, that's promising. Because the grants and philanthropy team, as with many departments, are stretched very thin. And this is very, very welcomed and useful. But if we throw it on the pile of tasks that have already been thrown on a department and there's no change in capacity, then we have to ask, what existing program are we getting rid of? Or what existing program are we gonna let get slower or not as responsive? So we wanna expand the ability for the city to pull this off. Otherwise, we're making false promises or providing false hope if people call and, or the system doesn't get set up, the program doesn't get going. So that's a legitimate concern that some council members have, that we want the program to function.
Yeah.
We want it to succeed. We want it to be able to deliver the services. So we're going to be following up very swiftly about what that increase in staffing capacity will be. How's it going to work? How's it going to be able to be taken in and work?
Okay. I am very excited that we are getting a new director that will kind of lessen some of the responsibilities for some staff. And also, as far as the intake process and getting paperwork, we do have an intern in the grants department right now that will be with us for the summer. She is working on different things as far as getting the applications and everything constructed. We do have another person who currently do have free time during the week that she can take on the intake process as far as taking phone calls, getting assessments set up. It is a requirement to have a wait list. So we are going to, again, the grant agreement is not signed yet. We are looking at hiring someone new, and we want this to be successful, so we are working towards that.
Thank you. Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I actually agree to everything that's been said so far. But for a $130,000 program to hire someone seems a little bit not a good way to use our resources. But I would like the administration to think about, since we haven't finalized all our opera dollars, is that we really, really put a lot of money into this program, because $130,000 is nothing. And we talking about hiring more staff for $130,000. The salary and the friends benefits actually cost us more in the long run. It doesn't make good fiscal responsibility. So if we really want to make this work, because definitely seniors need, and specifically says seniors with a physical disability, they need help. And I just got 3 calls this week based on them being able to not to get their trees cut down due to them not financially be able to. So I think that if we move some of our opera funds into this program, and if we're going to hire people, then I think that'll be a great win-win for the city and the residents of the city of Pontiac.
Any final discussion, Councilwoman Rutherford?
Point of information.
Okay. She just wants to answer
I
that.
just wanted to respond to the councilman. We did look at that. OSA was offering to take 15% of the $130,000. And we thought it would be better if we look at bringing it in-house so we could help more people and get it started. And once we do get a new grant director, they can either hire someone out of ARPA or add responsibilities to someone else.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
So you guys are at a limited capacity currently right now because the individual that left in January, no one has replaced her, correct, Renee?
Which one?
I always forget her name. Light-skinned, went to work for the city of Detroit. Rebecca paid her double pay, so she's gone. So if we were to, what was the current paying? What were we paying her previously before she left?
I do believe 72.
72. So 72 out of 130 is what we're talking about, because that's what it's going to take, right?
Well, so what we have before us, the resolution is now therefore be resolved that the Pontiac City Council hereby approves the grant agreement for $130,000 between the City of Pontiac and OLSA to be used for the Oakland Senior Choice Program. So 2 parts. That's part 1, that we're approving the grant agreement. Part 2 It's further resolved that the City Council authorizes the mayor or the mayor's designee to execute an agreement to administer the Oakland Senior Chore Program grant funding by July 30th, 2026, in compliance with federal guidelines in the grant agreement. So the funding is actually ARPA, but to OLSA. And so now OLSA is utilizing the ARPA funding for how they're able, and correct me if I've got that wrong.
You're correct.
But, so we're not deciding tonight exactly who's staffing
Okay.
it.
Okay.
That we need to push the administration to build that out and not figure it out later. We are going to have to keep pursuing those answers because what you're raising is what I was raising is about capacity. We want to make it viable.
Correct.
I support this program. I think we actually need it, but I also concur with President Pro Tem. We need to add more money to this because it is a priority, especially to seniors that live, like literally are living from check to check, pension to pension. So I don't know what we need to do, President, to make that happen, but in the coming week, if we do approve this, we need to add that like instant. You going what? $1 million? That's what I said too. I feel lucky tonight. $1 million works, but I have to wait till y'all tell me what y'all want to do. But $1 million works for me. That's it.
Okay, further discussion on the action here of accepting $130,000 from OLSA for the grant agreement and this senior chore program. Hearing nothing further, roll call, Chief Assistant Clerk, on adoption of the resolution to approve that acceptance.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
6 yeas.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
the grants team's work on the matter. We're at number 8. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution awarding of the Homelessness Intervention Initiative to Catholic Community Response Team, Girls Matter, DBA Kids Empowered on the Move, the Baldwin Center, Inc., and E-Community Outreach Services, and authorize the mayor or deputy mayor to execute the agreements?
I make the motion, but I have a question, sir.
Okay. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilwoman James to adopt the resolution, so now we can begin discussing it. We'll give the floor to the administration and staff for initial background, and then Councilwoman Rutherford will have the first question.
Yeah, I want to turn this over to our purchasing manager, Alicia Martin, to walk us through the details.
Okay. The request for proposals for the Homelessness Intervention Initiative was posted to BidNet on March the 1st. The Pontiac's solicitation webpage as well. There was a pre-bid conference held on April 12th, 2024. The questions, acceptance deadline, was April 19th, 2024, and the solicitation closing date was April 26th, 2024. A total of 34 firms requested the documents. A total of 5 firms submitted a proposal, and the committee decided that 4 of the agency's mission, approach, and methodology for serving the community were more in line with what the committee was seeking, as stipulated in the request for proposal. The purchasing manager tabulated the bids and verified that the agencies were registered to conduct business in the state of Michigan. That was through the LoRa system. And the purchasing manager emailed the evaluation results to the evaluation committee on June 20th, 24. There was some additional information that the evaluation committee wanted us to collect in terms of tenure, population served, and that information was obtained. The applications that we used to verify information for agencies that we did share with the evaluation committee is GuideStar, which is a nonprofit solution. All nonprofits typically post their information there if they're wanting funding for their nonprofit missions. We also, again, as I indicated earlier, we checked the state of Michigan LoRa's website to verify that they were registered. Most of the firms submitted 990s except for one. We don't have for one of the firms. Although they are registered on GuideStar, there was no information populated. So we would have to that's basically where we're at with the results. I did, again, send the tabulation to the evaluation committee. It should be posted to the public by now. I have a team of people helping me, so I will verify that, that it is posted to the public on our city's webpage. That's it.
Just a clarifying question, you flagged that 990 concern. Would that indicate that they would not be eligible for at this stage? Is that your assessment?
If it's deemed by council that they're not qualified because they did not provide their 990.
And which
And we
of,
have not been able to verify it.
there were initially 5 organizations, which was the one that
That would be the e-community outreach services, I believe.
and on GuideStar it had it, but it didn't have any it wasn't populated with the data?
GuideStar had the information. Their information was published on GuideStar. It's just that we don't have their 990 was not reported on GuideStar.
Okay, so it's not accessible in a database and it was not provided either?
Correct.
Okay, all right, Pro Tem, you had a hand?
Yes, just a question concerning the 990. So were you able to reach out to the organization and request a 990 from them? Because I'm kind of...
What I was going to ask this council to allow us some time to do that. I don't know how that would impact what we're doing tonight with the remaining agencies. But as due diligence, I would like to at least reach out to them to see if they do indeed have one that they filed. We were not able to find one, but like I said, they are registered with GuideStar, which typically posts that information. It was not posted on GuideStar.
Well, for my nonprofit, I don't post things on GuideStar.
Yeah.
But I do file 990, so my thing is that I guess doing your due diligence, maybe before we even got to this point, we should have asked that organization a few weeks when we know we was working on this so we can get that information for them. Because, you know, it's late in the hour, and it's hard to reject people when they went through the process.
I did share this. Is it okay for me to speak?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I did share all of the information that I found with our evaluation committee. You know, the due diligence that I did up to that point, I'm seeking feedback. So if it was something that was missing, I'm asking the evaluation committee to also give me that feedback so that we can make sure that we have all the information so that a decision can be made. It was not intentional that we missed her information. It was just going back looking over it this evening as before coming before council. That was something that I noticed. So I do have a group of people that are helping me. Some of them are doing clearances. Another individual is helping me do some other checks. So we're just trying to come together to bring this information together so that we can present it to council, and that's something that was missed.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rutherford?
So each individual, except one, we can't award this money to an individual, correct? It has to be to an organization, correct?
We were looking to award it to organizations who provide homeless, initiative services to the city. So that would be mostly, I'm sorry, is it okay for me to yield to them? He's raising his hand, Amir.
Sure.
Well, I was trying, I don't have a direct answer to the councilwoman's question. I was just raising my hand to be recognized by President McGinnis to speak to this question of the 990.
Okay, I'll put you next on the speaker's list. Do you want to answer that, Director Martin, still?
So we were, yes, categorizing them as nonprofits, agencies who have filed their 990 that are charitable organizations.
Okay, and my only follow-up is right here in the packet that you gave us, the two that actually provided it, they have this thing called, this is your current charitable solicitation registration. So every nonprofit is supposed to have this, correct?
Correct. Yeah, that was shown to us, yes.
And you did ask for this, correct?
No, I did not.
You did?
What
Okay.
we checked was their 990.
Okay, but this is supposed to be included, correct?
Yeah, but their 990 also states that they're a charitable organization
But they're
in
not
addition to that. But you are correct, we did not ask for that document specifically.
Okay.
So this is, the city council amended the budget for this concluding fiscal year to add $250,000 in homelessness intervention services funding. So solicitation was posted, responses, evaluated, and now it's to council for making determination on how, for that budgeted funds, how will it be distributed? Is that a correct synopsis, Director
Yes.
Martin? Okay.
Yes.
Does the city council have the ability of those that were finalists to modify the recommended amounts, or is it sort of what's come from the evaluation committee, up or down, no ability to amend?
This is a recommendation by the evaluation committee.
Okay, so council has the authority to revise as long as it stays within the budgeted amount.
Yes.
Is the city attorney's
I
assessment
hear
the
her
same?
saying yes.
The city attorney says yes, all right.
Thank you.
Further, I'm sorry, Mayor Bramwell, next on the speaker's list.
Well, my only question was really for the city attorney about the importance of the 990. Does it matter if an organization has filed a 990? I believe our purchasing ordinance really speaks to compliance with city ordinance and city regulations. And so I'm not aware of any requirement that would require the 990 other than possibly the RFP in terms of what those provisions might have required. And so it's really a question as to whether the 990 issue is relevant.
Through the chair.
Yep.
So if the question is whether or not the entity is a nonprofit as recognized by the Internal Revenue Service, that is an easy check. We can go online, make sure that they have completed that certification. I don't recall what was in the RFP, but I believe that it was for nonprofit organizations. Now, that's a broad term. So I would suspect that at minimum, they would have to be registered with LARA, meaning, the state of Michigan, have their bylaws, have a board of directors, those types of things. So the specifics of 990, we do have the ability to check. I am not certain that that is required, but I would state that being registered as a nonprofit with the documentation to support that would be important for the city to have to be able to dispense general fund dollars.
If that information is impacting a number of council members' comfort in making the decision, we now have a special meeting on Friday. So if we want to postpone this to Friday for further.
I make the motion to postpone for Friday so that they can ask the individual to provide that 990 and or this individual paper as well, so that we all know that they're nonprofits, because I want to make sure we're rewarding it to organizations and not individuals.
Okay. It was moved by Rutherford.
Support.
To postpone, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. That would be also added to the special meetings agenda. And I want to correct my statement a moment ago. It's $225,000 that's being distributed. I'm sorry for misstating that figure. So, moved and seconded to postpone until Friday. Is everyone clear on the motion before us? Sounds like everyone is understanding. So, Chief Assistant Clerk, roll call on the motion to. Oh, I'm sorry.
So at that meeting Friday, we also will be able to discuss the amounts given to the individual.
Yes. So your microphone was off, but your question was very apt. It's that the evaluation committee made recommendations of those the 4 finalists, ranked them with a dollar amount. Amendments can be considered that make any final adjustments, but it all has to stay within $225,000 cumulatively.
Thank you.
All right, roll call, Chief Assistant Clerk, on the motion to postpone until Friday's special meeting.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
6 yeas.
That motion carries. It is postponed until that special meeting. Next on the agenda is number 9. It's a resolution to authorize the mayor or deputy mayor to execute the AIA 133-2019 agreement for Clark Construction Company and White Construction Company, a joint venture, to provide pre-construction manager at risk, often referenced by the acronym CMAR, services for the new youth center design project. To begin deliberation, is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Is there a second? It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. We now give the floor to the mayor and administration for their request.
Thank you, President McGinnis. I want to turn it over to our Parks and Recreation Director, Torrance Price, to get into all the details, along with Alicia Martin, our Purchasing Division Manager. But I do just want to give a little bit of context about why the construction manager role is so important. We obviously have embarked on the design and engineering of the new Youth Recreation Center. We've had a number of public engagement opportunities. We're likely to have some additional public engagement opportunities, but the architectural and engineering team have already started putting together schematic designs, and that's really the first phase. But as we seek to make sure that we're getting as much value for our dollar as possible and stretching dollars as far as possible so that we can make sure that A, we're living within our budget, but B, that we're making this as great of a youth recreation center as possible within that budget, it's really important to have pre-construction construction management services so that we can value engineer this in a cost-effective way. And assuming everything goes well, we would imagine that the pre-construction construction manager would be in the driver's seat for the construction phase construction management services as well. And so with that, I want to turn it over to our Parks and Recreation Director, Torrance Price. We do have representatives of the joint bidders, the two companies, here with us, and we're really excited about their experience and what they bring to the table. With that, Director Price.
Good evening, Council. The construction manager at risk, solicitation number 24-15S, was posted to BidNet and the Cities of Pontiac's purchasing solicitation webpage on March 1st, 2024. The question acceptance deadline was March 18th, 2024. The pre-bid conference was held on March 13th, 2024, and the solicitation closing date was April 8th, 2024. A total of 68 firms requested documents. A total of 6 firms submitted a proposal. The purchasing manager invited all 6 firms to interview with the evaluation committee on May 8th, 14th, 16th, 17th, and 21st, 2024. The purchasing manager asked all firms who interviewed to provide an RFP post-submission addendum and Exhibit 1 to Addendum C-Mark construction phase pricing with exhibits on May 20th, 2024. Exhibits 1 through 4 will identify the evaluation criteria and scoring for all firms. Based on the evaluation scores, the purchasing division is recommending Clark Construction and White Construction Company joint venture firms for this project. For the bid award based on the committee's identification of the partnership as the most responsible bidder. The agreement will be for 1 year, commencing on the date of execution. Reasons why Clark was selected. In terms of diversity, Clark has a strategic partnership program, SPP, that focuses on engaging with small and diverse suppliers and has been operating successfully for 15 years. Clark Construction is located in Auburn Hills, Michigan, and its headquarters is in Lansing, Michigan. It has been operating for 77 years, since 1947. White Construction is located in Detroit, Michigan, and has been operating for 35 years. The firms have constructed multiple centers for a diverse industry that includes recreation, education, and government. The firm has completed 35 LEED projects, according to the U.S. Green Building Council. LEED stands for Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. It is the world's most widely used green building rating system. LEED certification provides a framework for healthy, highly efficient, and cost-saving green buildings that are environmental, social, and governance benefits. They've also had no litigation in their 70-year history. Crane's Detroit #1 construction company won 4 years in a row. We was also impressed with their estimating resources, their thorough understanding of its importance in the pre-construction phase.
Discussion from council. Councilwoman James.
Well, I'd just like to say that they definitely are ticking all of the boxes for me. Being actively involved in strategic partnership programs to be able to bring that to the project, I think is a great add. That's a minority firm with experience at the green, the certifications that they have in green, no litigation. all of this is critical information that, when you need to make a decision, you have to have information to make a decision. And so I appreciate, you providing this information. I do think that the committee apparently has made a very good decision.
Further discussion from council. All right, so this is for pre-construction phase services only. This is for not to exceed $21,020. Any further discussion? All right, so it's the resolution to approve awarding and executing an agreement with Clark Construction Company and White Construction Company jointly to provide pre-construction manager at-risk services for the new youth center design project. Before I call the vote, we have representatives from the firm, so if you want to make a final pitch. I'm sorry you drew the short end of the stick in terms of where you fell on the agenda tonight.
Why is this?
Well, I'm not sure that I have much to add after that very warm introduction, so thank you. On behalf of Donovan, White, and myself, I'm Janice Suchin, by the way, Senior Vice President with Clark Construction. I just want to extend my warm gratitude to the selection committee, the mayor, and the council, and the community. Our two teams have been working together strategically over the past 3 years on multiple projects at Detroit Public Schools, the Multicultural Center at Michigan State, a groundbreaking new building to serve the entire community at Michigan State. And we see this as our next journey together to continue our important work. So we're thrilled to be here and happy to answer absolutely any questions. I do have to say, you asked a question of a woman earlier about the excitement level of 1 out of 10. And we're most definitely a 10 out of 10. This is more than a project to us. This is about community engagement and being a small piece in helping you revitalize the community. So,
thank you. And my name is Donovan White. I'm president of White Construction. I don't really have too much to add in what these other fellow colleagues and partners have said, but I'm here to answer any questions and to know that we have White Construction and Clark's 100% commitment on the project.
Councilman James, followed by Councilman Rutherford and Pro Tem.
Yeah, I guess, and this question, I guess, is for administration. I guess I was under the impression that the CMAR would be involved in the entire length of the project, and this is for that's kind of confusing to me, so if you could clarify what's going on, because I thought that this person or this team would be involved for the entirety of the construction project.
Yes, so we broke this out into 2 phases, a pre-construction construction management phase and a construction phase construction management role.
Okay.
One of the reasons we did that is because it's really hard to put a contract in place for the construction phase before we understand all the design components and can actually go out to bid with a formal contract request based on the estimated cost of the project. But at the same time, it's really important to have the construction management services during the architectural and engineering phase so that they can help with the value engineering so that we can design this in such a way that we get the most bang for our buck. But as I said, the expectation and anticipation is that unless something goes very wrong and there's some problem or hiccup with the pre-construction phase construction management team, that we would be recommending that we continue with this team through the construction phase as well.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Rutherford.
I have 3 questions. Yesterday, I asked the administration to send me examples of these 2 people work as a management of properties. Where is that information? That's the first question. So I yield that to the administration.
Yeah, Director Price, I know when we spoke in committee yesterday, you were working on that.
Excuse me, yes, we emailed everybody information concerning their qualification, also links in the email last night.
Okay. I asked that because I know that there have been local companies that have asked for and solicited for different programming, and they've been denied, oftentimes scored lower. So it's not a thing against you, but it's because my second question is, that was a statement, but my second question is to the white organization, what prior management have you done in the city of Pontiac? I know your name from somewhere before.
What work have we done in Pontiac?
Prior.
We've been in history, in construction industry. Actually, my father started the company, Bernard White. And I took it over 6 years ago, so it's been under my helm. Under my leadership, we haven't done any Pontiac work, but we're trying to come back. Under his leadership, I would have to actually go into our project list, but I believe that we were involved in potentially some Pontiac demolition projects.
You were.
And this is a vague memory, so.
I got the list. I just.
Oh, okay. Is it? Am I accurate?
You're very accurate. Actually, you guys worked with Sandy McDonald, and that's why I have concerns.
Yes.
So that's why I'm asking, because I was told prior to that you had a very, not you, sweetheart, but your company had a very reputable reputation, and that's why I asked them to give me the information. And so I went and made, I believe in the old school line where you call somebody who knows somebody. And I remember your father's company very well, and so that's why my concerns are. And so that I wanted to know what did you actually do in Pontiac? So you didn't take it over to 6 years ago?
Yes.
Okay.
But prior to that, Councilman Rutherford, I was actually working on a Pontiac project, the Strand Theater.
Yes.
I was an engineer working for my father at the time on that project. So I've had some personal experience on a Pontiac project here myself, quite frankly. But that's the only one. It wasn't under my leadership, but I was actually under the management team that brought it to fruition.
Thank you for your honesty.
Yes, ma'am.
To the administration, when you guys did the scoring, did you score on past performances located in the community? Did you even know that they worked on the Strand? I yield to the administration.
Yeah, there were a number of people on the scoring committee, many of whom aren't here, in particular the architectural firm, the engineering firm, and obviously those firms are going to work very directly with the construction management team. But we were aware that they did some past work in the city of Pontiac. I do not know and did not know any details surrounding that, but I do understand that they have some history of working here in Pontiac as well as throughout Metro Detroit. And one of the things that we were particularly interested in were the team's experience working on youth recreation facilities, pools, and other things that really are particularly relevant to the youth recreation program, because as we seek to value engineer things, we want to make sure that they're familiar with value engineering things like aquatic centers or gymnasiums or other elements of a youth recreation center.
Pro Tem, did you still want?
No.
Any further discussion? Councilman Parker for a first time?
Yeah, it had been mentioned.
Microphone.
Thank you, sir. It had been mentioned that this would be the pre-construction company, but you also wanted to include them with the post-construction company. And if so, would there be an additional request for funding once that occurs?
Any post-construction contract, and I shouldn't say post-construction, any construction phase, construction management contract would have to come before council for approval. So before council this evening is just the pre-construction phase contract.
All set? Okay. Councilman Rutherford?
I'm looking at what you got. Mr. Price, if you can come up to the microphone, please. It gives me data, it doesn't give me physical examples, so I'm asking for physical examples of work they've done. It just gives me data. It doesn't say.
Microphone.
I'm sorry, it means, we also included links in this because myself and purchasing manager crafted all this together to give those physical examples so you can research at your own this thing.
Thank you for your honesty.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion on the motion before us? We're at number 9. It's a resolution to authorize the mayor or deputy mayor to execute AIA 133-2019, agreement for Clark Construction Company and White Construction Company, a joint venture to provide pre-construction manager at-risk CMAR services for the new youth center design project. Any further discussion? Pro Tem.
Just one quick question for the director concerning, I see that you had multiple companies that actually applied for this particular proposal. And the degree of the cost actually is extremely high in a diverse price range. So what is your take on what you think this job will actually cost to get done?
That is a great question. Really, right now, what we've been doing, as you are aware of, we've just been really mapping out what we wanted in terms of actual square footage and where we want to nail down to. Now, having the CMAR on board will actually attach a price cost to that to actually know what it's going to cost for what we are requiring, what we're asking for. Also,
I'm sorry. Concerning the CMAR costs, yes, that's only because I'm seeing some standardized costs, but then I'm seeing some that say in fee. So explain that a little bit to me so I can understand better. For example, if a company said they'd do it for $15,000, is that the total price, or is that in fee means that it can go higher than that $15,000?
In their proposals, they actually stipulated how much this would cost in totality if they were not discounting their cost to the city. So a couple of firms took the approach of coming in at a lower cost because they said the pre-construction phase was a very important component of this particular project, and so they actually came down a lot on their cost. If you see in the proposal, there's a page that showed their total cost, and then there's another page that showed their discounted cost. Does that make sense? Because they said that this was a priority for their firm. They wanted to partner with the city on this project, and so there were 3 firms, I think, that took that approach, and then the other couple of firms did not. They just put their total cost.
Okay, thank you for that information.
Any final discussion?
My hand's up.
Council members.
Okay. To the administration, you said that you guys reached out to the references. Was the references in regards to the white company individually, or was it in construction to this new formed company, Clark? Because it says team references, but was that in reference to the white company or the Clark company? I yield to the administration.
Well, we personally, the deputy mayor and I, did not contact conferences. As is usual, we defer to the purchasing division to do that, so I'll defer to the purchasing division.
So there was a list of references that they provided as a joint venture, and we did verify all of those references.
Okay.
There were like a total of 6, I believe.
3 right here, but go ahead.
Any final discussion? All right, this is number 9 on the agenda. On adoption of the resolution, roll call, Chief Assistant Clerk.
Parker? Rutherford?
No.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
No.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
4 yeas, 2 nos.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We are now, thank you very much for your time. We are now at public comment. Pro Tem Carrington, any requests?
Yes. Mr. Carlton Jones, you first.
Okay, Council, we're going to try to see if we can go over this again. One of the things that we've asked is that, it's a lot of deliberation that goes on, and the community come down here at 6 o'clock. It's 5 after 9. I know you guys are here, but we've got to do something to try to get it moved up in the agenda for public comments. We have to. It's just really tough to have residents come down and stay 3.5 hours to come and speak for 3 minutes. But let me just say this about a couple of last items before I talk to the things I want to talk about. I want to be careful when you start breaking down a joint venture. A joint venture is what you really want with a lot of the minority and companies who's trying to get in the game. They come in because they come in on the back of a stronger company to bring them in, but they share the knowledge, the experience. So don't break down a joint venture. A joint venture is significant for minority companies. If a larger company is willing to joint venture, that means they're willing to put their money on the line and share it to develop that company. So we want to be careful when it's a joint venture. Understand construction is sometimes very difficult to dice up. So when they come with a joint venture, they are really making a commitment to bring a minority company in and say we're going to share the resources with a minority company. Now, what I want everybody to know, I got a background in this, and so I'm not talking about just guessing. Now, another thing you get, the council and the administration is trying to let you know, when they hired the architect engineers, they cannot get a firm cost until they talk to contractors. These last two people, Clark and White, are contractors. They bill. So they need contractors involved to actually say what the cost going to be for what they're designing. The big question is, what are the design cost estimates? What is the estimate amount that they're designing to? If we never lock that down, they just coming up with some designs, and then they're going to put some cost to it. So what is the actual cost that you have the designers designing to? We have to get there. Now, I want to talk about this DEI aspect in workforce development. We have to continuously push that before bids go out. It can be done. We have to do it. And right now, I want the council, the administration, if it's not coming with that, we're really not helping our people here like we should. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Ms. Rosalind Northcross.
Good evening, council, mayor, everybody else. It has been a long evening, very long evening. And I want to commend this council for your problem-solving skills. It would have been so easy to let this meeting just degrade into finger-pointing, name-calling, blame game, and the business of the people not being taken care of. We've seen that with past years, but you work through everything, I'll put it that way. Your disagreements, your strong feelings, you work through it. We elected you to take care of our business. And we can see that there was some disarray, but you didn't let that stop you. You continued to work through it. You didn't say, well, so what? We'll table this for another week, and then we'll talk about it then. No, you know that we needed some things to happen, and so you kept problem solving and found a way to make it happen. Not the best way to do it, but you got the job. You're getting the job done. I'll put it that way. And I want to thank you, and I will continue to pray for you that God will give you the strength, the wisdom, the knowledge to work together, because we need you to work together. On that same point, I'm also here because of M1. This past Monday, the hearing for M1 was postponed yet again. The original citation was issued on April 13th for noise that exceeded the Pontiac noise ordinance. The original hearing was scheduled for May 6th. There have been 3 postponements. Almost 2 months after the ticket was issued, the M1 attorney asked for yet another adjournment of the hearing. M1 requested a 3-week postponement for the hearing. Judge Walker granted them 1 week. a 1-week delay. The case will resume Monday, July 1st at 3:15 in Judge Walker's courtroom at the 50th District Court. I encourage all the residents of the South Side in particular and the citizens of Pontiac to go to Judge Walker's court on Zoom and follow this case. And city, please stay the course. We need your support.
Thank you, Ms. Norcross. Dr. Deirdre Waterman.
Starting with several things from this evening's meeting, the last contract that you offered to Clark White, make sure that the contract says Youth Rec Center, what has been promised. I was at the listening session for the other group, the architects, and as they dropped the bombshell that they weren't designing a youth rec center like had been promised. They're designing a community center, youth community center. So that wasn't what we thought you were doing, and that's what wasn't promised to the youth who've been waiting for this for a while. So I hope, in this case, that gets straightened out. Also, the homeless initiative that you're going to revisit at the special meeting, I hope that you also iron out what are the services that are going to be rendered specifically, and what are the reports that are going to be, and how often we get the reports in terms of the data, actual recorded data, not just platitudes about, we help some people. And who's going to administer that? Who's going to monitor that in the city? Those are the things I hope you will do in terms of concrete ways of awarding that kind of money, okay? So I ask you to do that. I also want to touch upon the ARPA, what's going on with that very quickly, because I want to get into the other part of what happened this evening. The ARPA programs, number one, last week when you passed a resolution to say about the homeowners repair program, you didn't like the fact that the mayor's name was on the signs. And I said, well, that seems to me not to be the most important thing to worry about, who gets the credit for it. I would think the most important thing is that if I were living on that street where there was a sign, and I'm a homeowner, and somehow I had wanted to get a grant and I didn't get it, I'd be wondering why there were so few grants issued and why it's so far behind. That's what I think, and I'm going to continue to challenge that, council. That money, more people should be getting those homeowners grants to repair their homes. They can use that to build this community. And also, the small business thing is just stymied. I don't know where that is. Everybody's confused, so I hope you can find out what's going on with that. But lastly, when you talked about the fact that, got bundled up in the fact of this contract for priority waste, and I apologize to the purchasing agent. It's not her responsibility to negotiate contracts for this city. The buck stops right there at the administration. That's their job. And generally, it's the department head, but they don't have a department head, okay? They also, you dumb down the finance director. You didn't even observe the qualities that we want for a finance director. It's not a CPA. Never has been in this community a finance director without a CPA. But this administration has run off all the good people, and they're having trouble getting good people, and that's your problem. That's where we wind up.
Dr. Waterman. Ms. Linda Watson.
Good evening. I'm here again about the retirees. Now, on May 7th, Zebra signed the agreement with the mayor. My understanding that they were supposed to draft the motion to file to the judge to amend or supplement the settlement agreement. It's 6 weeks later. We're not a priority to you, but we're still dying. And after sitting here listening about the waste problem, now I got to think about, I got to bring my garbage down to City Hall because you don't have a contract. But my main thought has always been the retirement issue. You're paying these attorneys these dollars, and it's 6 weeks later. What's the problem? Everything had been worked out except language to do the motion. What's taking so long? Do you have it filed with the federal judge? But I also want to say that I'm happy Franklin Road is open again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Mr. Wendell T. Woods.
Good evening, Council and Mayor, City Council. Keep working. The issue last week, I thought, was kind of unnerving. Creek Valley gets the option to buy property for $1. How does that process come out? If I was the presentation last week, they got an option, then they got 2 years to build, then they're gonna sell the properties off of Walnut Road for $170,000 to $200,000, but they're buying them from the city for $1. Is that correct? Was I hearing that right? Also, Purdue was going for $1 too. $1? Do I need a hearing aid? I don't know. But secondly, about the home repair program, congratulations. I was looking at the news and they said there were 8 homes completed. 8 homes completed. The budget in my reports of the ARPA is that it was budgeted for $3.6 million. They got 8 homes completed. I looked at the numbers and it came out to they spent under the FOIA, they spent about $92,000. So I don't know if you take 8 into 92, but Deborah Younger has said that in the meeting, the finance meeting, that 80 were processed. But now in the news today, they said 8 were completed. Okay, 8. Out of what? How many months? It's been 17 months that they've been in the program. Just a thought. Reparations for descendants of slaves. As you know, I'm a descendant of slaves, A.N.C. Williams. Many, probably 30 million of us African Americans descendants of slaves. So from 1619 to 1865, the United States extracted $42 trillion worth of wealth from slaves. And the studies have been done about the damages, lost wages, emotional trauma. You can compensate more so for the lost income. And a studies done by the California State Legislature, the California Council under Kamala Moore with the Attorney General's office, they came up with a great report, a 1,000-page comprehensive report. It's on the website, Attorney General's office. They also have an executive summary. More lastly, the Russell Sage Foundation has completed a report with Cornell Brooks and Linda Baums. That report is extensive. It tells about all the repertory compensation programs that have already been utilized in the United States. So there's already precedent for awarding cash reparations for descendants of slaves. In addition to that, we need other compensation for all the other harms and the genocide that's been completed. And the bottom line is that Biden should do an executive order through the Treasury to create a Freedmen's Bureau to compensate those descendants of slaves. It can be done, it should be done, and neither Biden or Trump should not get into office until they take care of that issue. And he can do an executive order. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Ms. Gloria Miller. And that's the last person on public comment, President McGinnis.
Wait before you start my clock. Okay. You know, for the last month or so, I've been at home watching these meetings every once in a while when I can stomach them. And tonight, this is the new Gloria for 2000. I'm starting campaigning a little early. You know, they said the 10th council was the worst. I respectfully disagree with you. This is the worst administration and council I've ever seen in my life. Complacent to the mayor. Disarrayed is what I've seen all night. It's 3 reasons you need to get rid of this administration and part of this council. I'm talking to the citizens out there. Y'all been calling me. You said you're ready to go. Let's find a mayor. and let's get rid of some of the council people. This is how I come at it. GERS is one. GERS member, all of you out there that hear me, you know me. I don't lie. I tell the truth. The mayor is just stalling because the contract was without prejudice. That means he could go back. You guys look that up. He's just waiting. The case is not closed, Linda. He's just stalling. I'm calling your bluff, Mr. Mayor, if I'm not taking to court, and let's get rid of this. And I'll be the first one to apologize and tell you I'm wrong. But I don't think I am. I waited for 6 weeks just to see what you're going to do. I was quiet. That's something I don't do well. But I was quiet for the GERS member because I wanted to believe. GERS members, I'm calling you from everywhere, Florida, wherever you live. Get him out of here. He means no good to the city of Pontiac. He starts projects and he doesn't finish. Now, if you don't believe anything I say, look it up. I ride the city all the time. I look outside all these white cars out here. City look like a disaster. I was all over by the project yesterday. Trash, debris, but we got code enforcement in the city. GERS, the bridge, and the rec center. All was promised to us. None of them are done. None. Now, you calling me? You say you want to do this? Let's do this. I'm not begging anymore, Carlton. They're not listening to us. There's no way in hell I would have put a contract tonight. Yes, that's what happened with the last council. Remember? We held her accountable. You do me once, fine, but you're not going to do the citizen again. The mayor knew better when you got here. That's total disrespect. It's complicit. If you play me once, you won't play me twice. This is about the citizens. This stuff is unprofessional, undone. Got to have another meeting. You're talking about Council 10? Hell, this beast, all councils of the city of Pontiac. I've never seen nothing like this in my life. Let's do this, Pontiac. Let's go. Get them out.
Thank you for your public comment. That concludes public comment. President McGinnis.
Thank you, Pro Tem Carrington.
No, ma'am. Okay. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
All right.
No, ma'am.
Order in the chambers.
No, ma'am.
We'll happily receive future public comment or agenda address. We have a special meeting on Friday, coming up sooner than usual. Next is the discussion, number 10 on the agenda, seeking progress on City of Pontiac retiree benefits restoration and legal process conclusion. Mayor Grimel?
Yeah, thank you, President McGinnis. As was discussed by Ms. Watson tonight, the terms of the agreement in terms of the substance of it were agreed on May 6th. And Cypria's attorney then was drafting a amendment to the settlement agreement, meaning taking those terms and putting them into the formal legalese for the modification to the agreement. They sent that to the city's attorneys in early June, and the city's attorneys sent that to me after reviewing it and making some suggestions. They sent all of that to me to review exactly 2 weeks ago on June 12th. So actually, what's the date today? The June 25th. So I guess 13 days ago, actually, not quite 2 weeks ago. So that was sent to me on June 12th, 13 days ago. And I've reviewed that and provided that feedback to our attorneys who are sharing that with Cypria's attorneys. Before we file the motion in the court, we've got to have that final legalese document finalized so that we have something to attach to the motion asking the court to approve. So you won't see that motion filed until the attorneys finalize that legalese language. Now, that's mostly a technicality. We just got this, well, I just got this 13 days ago and turned it around and back to the attorney. So my hope is that we get that finalized very quickly. The other dynamic here is that as I've shared with the council leadership and as council leadership themselves raised, we posed to our legal counsel of the city, do we need another actuarial study or an update to the actuarial study would be more accurate because there was an actuarial study done by GERS, 2.5 years ago now, about the impact of the $400 monthly stipend. And there was some debate among the city's attorneys about whether that was really needed, given that there had been one done. But they concluded that, yes, there should be an update to that actuarial study. That should be very quick to do. That has to come actually from GERS, but the city would pay for it. So last week, I asked GERS to put that on the agenda tomorrow so we can get that ball rolling. But that should not take very long at all, because it's really just an update based on the latest numbers, and it really is just focused on that $400 monthly stipend. So that's where things stand. We're hoping to get everything squared away so that we can file this motion in court in the next several weeks.
Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Mayor, thank you for the information. That was my understanding that a new actuary needed to be done. I guess I'm kind of confused about different information coming out of these different organizations from different members. Because it was my understanding that it needed to be a new actuary. So, and that came out from GERS members that I've talked to and that called me consistently. So I'm kind of confused about different things coming from different members of these organizations. So when you met with this particular GERS just recently, right? When did you meet with GERS last? Was it yesterday? Is the meeting coming up, or did you just have a meeting with GERS?
Yeah, as I just mentioned, the next GERS meeting is tomorrow. So the last GERS meeting was in May. And so I reached out to GERS last week to request that this item be put on the agenda tomorrow so that their actuary can start the update in the actuarial study.
And this actuary, the city was going to pay for this from what the GERS member told me. So is that true?
We have to pay for it. GERS is not obligated to pay for it.
Okay.
So, but first, I wanted to get at least a cost estimate from the GERS actuary, and that's why first the GERS has to direct the actuary to do this, so the actuary can give us a cost estimate to bring before council.
All right. Thank you.
Councilman Rutherford.
It oftentimes bothers me when this administration says several weeks or months. I just want an actual date as to when this is going to be done. I'm not talking about the part to go to court. I'm talking about the part that needs to be done before you even go to court. We can do this and restore the hope. We can do this and restore the hope of these retirees. So my question to this administration, and please don't say weeks or months, after the meeting tomorrow, what is the plan of action, the deliverables that you're going to do to get this done? Because it is my hope that these people have this money before 2025. I yield to the administration.
Well, let me begin by saying I am certain that they will have this money this year. So I want to be really clear about that. That's number one. So not 2025, but 2024. But as I've said all along, going back to when the term sheet was finalized, we anticipate, and certainly it's our intention, to get the court approval by or before Labor Day. Now, that hinges a little bit on the court schedule, and I realize that the first step in that is actually filing the motion before we can actually know exactly the judge's availability to hold a hearing on this. So that's why we're rushing to try to finalize the settlement agreement details, the legalese, make sure that actuarial study update is done quickly, which I think it will be, so that we can get that ball rolling.
And my follow-up is we currently have a legal team that is overworked and doesn't have the tools that she needs to get this done. So are we going to lease this out to somebody else to do? Because what I don't want to happen is that we say it can't be done because one individual, because we've been paying how many lawyers? Several. So are we going to farm this particular thing out so it can be done? Because it just seems as though our legal staff does not have the support that they need to get things done in a timely manner. So I guess my follow-up is, are you going to farm this particular issue out, or are you going to give and bring on the necessary staff that our legally capable-minded lawyer can handle? So that's my other question. I yield to the administration for clarity.
So this work has always been farmed out. Because two things. First of all, our legal director does have a lot on her plate. But secondly, this is pretty specialized stuff in terms of ERISA law and other retiree benefit law. And that's why Miller Canfield is being utilized by the city, a law firm, Miller Canfield, to do the work, along with Gianmarco Mullins, because they have some history being involved with this. This has long been the only matter, actually, that Gianmarco is still involved with. And so as a result of that, our legal director really is not hands-on on this matter. This is being done by outside counsel so that we can try to expedite this and get this done as quickly as possible and done the right way.
So I was just going to say, I'm going to hold you to the Labor Day thing. Yeah, everybody heard it. That's it.
Councilwoman James.
Yes, Mayor, the last time we discussed this, everyone was elated that there had been a tentative agreement, and my understanding was the next steps were that we would have to take this before, get the agreement in writing and take it before, get the only obstacle we foresaw is we didn't know how long it would take to get it before the court. Tonight now, I'm hearing we need an actuary. So I guess I'd like for you to explain, when did that come in? Because that was not in the conversation the last time we discussed it. Now, now we're saying that an actuary has to be done. We've got an agreement. We're trying to put together language, and now an actuary is in the picture. When did that come in, and how?
Well, first of all, it was briefly discussed at a council meeting, and I want to give credit to President McGinnis for raising this question at a council meeting. So it was discussed, and at that council meeting, I said I wanted to double check with City Council about exactly what their guidance and direction is. And so that was the most recent time that it was discussed publicly at a council.
To check with legal counsel. You said city council.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. It was brought up at a city council meeting, and I wanted to check with our legal counsel, meaning these two outside attorneys. And so there's actually quite a bit of back and forth with the attorneys over whether a new actuarial study was needed, but ultimately they thought, yes, one was done before, but it really should be updated because it's been so long. And so when I got word from them, I updated council leadership about that last week, and then reached out to GER, or maybe it was the week before last week, but it was in the past week or two, and then reached out to GERS to request that it be put on the agenda. I don't think that's likely to delay things much here, frankly, because I know that all of us want this to get completed soon, including the GERS board, and the actuary works for the GERS board. So I don't think that that's going to significantly delay things. What I had said previously, though, you're right, the actuary issue did not loom large. What loomed large was getting the legalese drafted, which we're doing, and then going to court. And I think the biggest question mark still is, when will a judge be available to actually get this on his docket?
Thank you. Councilman Parker?
To say I'm disappointed would be certainly an understatement. We've been hassling with this issue for a long time, and as I've often said, for me to give a report here, I only have a third of the picture. This is the first time I think I've actually heard an actuarial study being mentioned. I know it wasn't mentioned at the last GERS meeting that we had. It has also been my request that Ms. Watson comes, because she represents us at the VIBA board, that she comes after their meeting and give us a report from that board so we can get all the pieces together, because all I have is the GERS piece, and most of that the mayor already reports on. So I think as we talk about this, I think we've been dealing with it longer than it should have been. I think we need to make sure that as we continue to do, And I thought Viva did an actuarial study about 6 months ago, but I may be wrong. So you can tell me. I think they did do an actuarial study about 6 months ago, which I thought was going to be used for this process as well. Be that as it may, and this is the first I heard that the city was supposed, or the legal team here was supposed to put together the writing that would go to the judge. That's the first I heard that too. So there's a lot of pieces that seems to be missing, and people are still suffering. And so I'm gonna do what I normally do. I'm gonna say, let's get it done as quickly as possible so that people who are suffering don't have to suffer. And the rest of my conversation will be held in private.
I second those remarks from Councilman Parker. Very well put. Any final discussion on this discussion?
No, I ain't gonna say no
Okay.
yet.
The microphone went live. I
Not
didn't know.
yet.
Okay. Hearing no further discussion, we are at the second of discussion items, status update on department director vacancies and hiring process. When we last had this on the agenda, the question was, what's coming with finance director vacancy, grants and philanthropy director vacancy, DPW director had been appointed, wanted to know start date, and American Rescue Plan coordinators and managers. So the farthest along is DPW director. That was appointment was approved some weeks ago. Mayor Greimel, has the new DPW director's start date come?
He has begun work, so he is fully engaged now with the city. He started work last Monday, so 8 days ago now.
Okay. Tonight, the City Council approved the appointment of Lisa Campbell, your appointment to Grants and Philanthropy Department Director. Has a start date been identified yet? And I know that she's in the audience, and maybe you've talked to her or not, but.
She is. I think she and Human Resources have had that conversation. I'm not aware of what the anticipated start date is. If Council President would welcome her weighing in, I would certainly.
I think the question was posed to her during the deliberations on appointment, and her answer was she didn't know. I just didn't know if you pulled her to the hallway and it was all ironed out in the last 2 hours.
No, it has not been.
Okay, thank you very much. And so finance director still remains vacant. What's the prognosis?
Yeah, I think we're likely to recommend bringing on a outside firm for the foreseeable future. I don't mean that as super long term, but it is a very difficult market to find a good finance director. And so we are going to continue utilizing the search firm to find a permanent in-house finance director. But I don't think we can just kind of allow that department to go without some additional support in the meantime. I'd like to defer to the deputy mayor for some additional details, but there are two firms that provide these kinds of services that we've been in conversations with.
Thank you, Mayor. City Council, that is correct. We do have two firms that do accounting work, and we have been in contact with them, shared with them scope of services. We are evaluating which one we would like to bring before council.
And so, Mayor, American Rescue Plan coordination, either firms or direct hire, what's the scoop?
Yeah, we've been in touch with a firm that does a lot of this work, and one of the key questions has been, okay, we know that you do the compliance work, the reporting work, the tracking of the dollars, but can you also actually serve as a coordinator of the projects and programming that are being funded here? And they've indicated yes. The one thing that we're still waiting on is a clear estimate in terms of cost. They bill by the hour, and they have different hourly rates depending on who at the firm does it. But we asked them to provide an estimate as to, well, how many hours at what rates do you think we're looking at, so that we can have a sense as to how much is this going to cost on a monthly basis. And that's what we're waiting for at this point.
Okay. On a related note, prior to that firming up of a firm, pun intended, is the administration prepared to provide an update to City Council and the community on the latest check-in or the latest progress for strategy updates, obligation updates, sort of implementation updates with the various different legs of the ARPA stool.
Yeah, I think, I'm trying to think when we last provided that update, but it's certainly been 3 weeks at least, maybe longer. You might have a better recollection of that than me. I would say that we'd be ready to provide that update in 2 weeks from tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, for further discussion on this item, Councilman Rutherford.
Let me just say,
The youthful and beautiful.
if I take my braids down, I'm irritated. So I'm irritated. Let me just be clear. I just really need this administration to do better, man. Like I do. I'm starting to lose confidence in regards to these positions, in regards to the way that we're moving. I'm sorry, especially after tonight, and I'll use my closing comments to say that. But also, I want to make sure I have this correctly. Those management of the ARPA dollars, when do those contracts end, or when do they expire? I yield to the administration. I'm talking about the 2 ARPA management positions. They have an expiration date. Was the actual expiration date on those 2 positions? So I yield to the administration. That's my first question.
Do you mean, because I think they're trying to get clear, do you mean the City Council authorized the creation of the 2 positions, and is your concern you don't want to sort of remain as a Frankenstein after the money runs out?
That's a factual statement.
The expiration of time of ARPA, will the ARPA positions or firms conclude with the window of ARPA time? Is that right?
That's it.
Okay.
Yes, that's right. So all of the ARPA dollars have to be obligated no later than the end of this year. All of the ARPA dollars have to be spent no later than the end of 2026. And as we've communicated in the past, under no circumstances do we anticipate having either those positions or a firm alternatively, or I suppose they could be in conjunction, beyond the spending of ARPA dollars at the city.
And so my follow-up is, a reason you guys did a presentation before you got here, Ms. Campbell, from the previous director, giving an outline on how we want to spend that money. Is that the same direction in which this administration is going? Referring to what you're going to do for arts and arts, referring to what you're going to do for childcare. Are we still going in that direction? I again yield to this administration for clarity.
Well, I think the most recent presentation that was given, a month ago, whenever that was done by a team of people, including the deputy mayor. And there will be some modifications to that, but in terms of big picture, most of that is going to remain the same. There will be some modifications that you'll hear about within the next 2 weeks when we present the latest update.
That's it for now.
Okay. Any final discussion on the discussion topic? We'll pursue answers further. We're at communications. For the sake of time, I'll just emphasize, 1, the next concert in the park is at J.C. Park this Wednesday, right? Tomorrow? Yep. Councilwoman James will be mistress of musical ceremonies. All right. So the Will Cyprian Experience and Groove Session performing at 7 p.m. at J.C. Park. There are 2 district council meetings still remaining this week. Both are this Thursday. Both are 6 p.m. District 4's is at New Mount Moriah, and District 6 is at Ruth Peterson Senior Center. For more questions, you can ask Councilwoman James for District 4 and Pro Tem Carrington for District 6. And in the next few days is the deadline for the Pride and Beautification nominations. So please get that in before June is done. By this time next week, the window will have been closed. You are able to nominate yourself. Please contact City Council if you have any final questions before that deadline. All right, we are now at closing comments. Mayor Greimel.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I don't have a lot to share regarding closing comments, other than I do want to address one of the questions that was posed by the community, and that is specifically around the sale of some of these properties. So the Purdue property is an option for $1, to sell the property for $1, and that's both because there are substantial costs that the buyer will take on in terms of demolition, but also because the intended use is affordable or attainable housing, which is very much in need and is going to require some form of assistance from the city one way or the other. But I want to be clear that the lots on Walnut Street are not being sold by $1, as a member of the public asserted. Those lots are each being sold for $1,000. So I want to set the record straight in terms of that misinformation.
And to clarify, Mayor Grimel, it was City Council approved the option of $1 for the Purdue site, correct?
That's right. The option, I thought I said the word option, but yes, the option is to sell for $1 under that option agreement. The other properties on Walnut are each being sold for $1,000, not $1.
Mayor Grimel, last week in our City Council discussions, or resolution adopted was about making sure that there's no further delay in an appointment to the Medical Marijuana Commission, as well as the Housing Commission. Have you made appointments to either or both of those seats?
We have made an appointment to the Marijuana Commission, and that letter was sent not only to the appointee, but we also supplied that letter to City Council. In terms of the in terms of the Housing Commission, the most recent vacancy and the only remaining vacancy rose 2 weeks ago. We have not yet made an appointment there, but we anticipate doing so before the next Housing Commission meeting.
Okay. Do you want to share with the community your appointment to the Medical Marijuana Commission?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. We appointed Carol Turpin to the Marijuana Commission.
Okay. All right, Deputy Mayor, any closing comments? Chief Assistant Clerk, any closing comments? Thank you for your time tonight.
Quick question.
Pro Tem Carrington?
I just want to, just a quick question concerning Purdue. So the option was for them to do their due diligence up to a year for $1, right? I don't remember agreeing to sell that property for $1. I thought the council removed.
It had said, since we're clarifying, it had said sale, and we amended the resolution to say an option agreement.
Okay, that's what
an option agreement because they needed that legal foot in the door to be able to get a decision from the state agency.
Yeah, that's I just wanted clarity on that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But closing comments, Pro Tem, anything?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Just want to say that I look forward to seeing everybody this Thursday at Ruth Peterson, 6 p.m. We have administration there. We have the different department heads there. You get an opportunity to talk directly to the heads of departments. All those questions that you've been texting me, calling me, you can actually get face-to-face with the administration. So again, come this Thursday, 6 p.m., Ruth Peterson. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman James.
Yes, you've already mentioned both of my announcements, but let me just reiterate that we will have our District 4 Council meeting on Thursday night at the New Montmoriah International Church, which is on Walton Boulevard, 313 Walton, right across from the green and white Dollar Tree store. And we're going to be talking about speed humps. We're going to be talking about community projects that we are implementing within the next week or so. And there will be great food and good conversation. So we're inviting everyone out. The public is invited, but we definitely want to see our District 4 residents to come out because we do have some very serious discussions that we have to have around the speed humps and some of the community projects that we've got going. So please come out, again, 6 p.m., New Montmoriah International Church. The second is on Wednesday night. The city's Music in the Park series will be happening in District 4 at the J.C. Park at 7 o'clock. And they're going to have some beautiful acts there. I'll be emceeing personally and looking forward to seeing everybody to come out and enjoy. Hopefully the weather will be absolutely great and we'll have a great time. So with that, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman William Parker Jr., District 5.
Thank you, Brother President. Just want to make everybody aware that the next District 5 meeting, which is being planned by our Vice President, will be July 11th, beginning at 5 p.m. in the Lions Den down in City Hall. I want to send our prayers out to our president of our District 5 Pastor Kathy Desero, who's at home recuperating from various ailments and illnesses. We just want her to know that we continue to pray for her, and we are hoping for her speedy recovery so she can be back to our council meeting and participating with us. Want to be mindful that want to remind everybody we had a Lancaster meeting last night, and we asked everybody to come to the receivership court appointment tomorrow morning. But after some other additional information was added today, please do not show up for the receivership court appointment tomorrow. Additional information will be forthcoming as to what will be our next steps, but please do not show up for the court event tomorrow because you might be embarrassed. Okay, and the next thing that I want to talk about is if you are planning an event in Galloway Park, would y'all please have the respect and the decency to let me know what you're planning in the park that I'm responsible for from a city perspective? Sometimes there's stuff going over there, and I don't even know about it. And people asking me about it. I just appreciate it. Sometimes I can't make it to the events because of the stuff that I do, but I certainly would appreciate people telling me what's going on in the park. So when people ask me, I don't look like a fool. Is that all right with everybody? I think I did that well. And lastly, you know, I sit here every week and try to find a way to agree and not be disruptive in this meeting, and it's getting harder and harder for me to sit here and not get disruptive in this meeting sometimes because of some of the things that happen. And so largely I try to be quiet because I've always told to be respectful in public, and if you got an issue, to resolve that in private so that people won't know where you are. But some things happen sometimes that I know sometimes we may not say anything, but our action says volumes. And it's very difficult sometimes to be a part of some things. I watched the previous council yell and scream and cuss and shout at each other for years, and I promised myself I would not be a part of that particular action on this council, and I intend to uphold that. But every now and then, I have to walk out because stuff just don't sit right with me. And so I urge everybody that as we try to be respectful of one another, that we remember that many hands make light work, and if we all can pull in the same direction, we'll get a whole lot more done. And it's easier to support when you know what you're supporting than to be last minute trying to support what you didn't know about. And with that, I'll say good evening. Have a great day.
Thank you. Councilman McHale Goodman, District 3.
Yeah, so just to piggyback off of what Councilman Parker has said, I share that same feeling. I wish people would be more communicative about things that are happening as they relate to the different parts of us. But I do want to touch on something. It's a very positive thing, as those of you who know, and because I don't shut up about it, I've been going on for over a month now. This past Sunday, we had another pullover prevention clinic. Does anyone want to take a guess how many cars we fixed this time?
200.
Ah, you see, you're so close. 200 cars. We fixed over 200 cars. Last time it was 50 cars. This time we fed close to 500 people. Last time it was about 250. We have been able to keep doing good work for everyone in this community and all across Michigan. Because again, I've had people attend all the way from Detroit. I've had people come from Mount Clemens, St. Clair Shores, because people need help. And firmly, I believe that it is my job as being a council person to provide help to not only my citizens, but all those who I am capable of helping within my ability. And I would say that, you know, this event has been a very strong showing of just public support, not just because the fact that the city has been able to do this, but because groups like the Pontiac Community Foundation, the Pontiac Housing Commission, crime survivors, and some of the other groups have given money to help put this event on, help and make it possible. The people at Chavez Auto who donated every bit of hour, every bit of labor, and every single bit of equipment that they used to fix cars. Everything was done completely for free from our perspective, thanks to them. And then most importantly, thanks to Uncle Jerry's for, again, providing the food for this. We did pay them, obviously. We do support local businesses around here, but the fact that that the family was able to take their Sunday and sit there for over 6 hours and provide food to the community is truly amazing. We've been able to really change the lives of a lot of people as they were able to come, get resources, an entire resource fair that was happening inside. And thank you to everyone who came out to do that. So to say it simply, things are happening for the people. While it may not feel that way at all times within these four walls, there is work that is happening that is outside that is really touching the material needs of people on a regular, everyday basis. And at least from my perspective, I am proud to do that and will continue to keep doing that as long as I am here on council. And we were able to have a really nice debrief about this yesterday at the District 3 meeting for those who attend. And I will always say it that way because always more people can attend. Because I would like those decisions that get made at our district council meetings to be as many people in the district as possible. But those who show up obviously have the most influence on what has happened. So I encourage people to come out to those meetings because you get to hear about things like the Pullover Prevention Clinic before they happen. That way you can make sure that you're one of those 500 people that get free Uncle Jerry's. But you can also make sure that you know about it and that you can attend, as so many people did previously. But also the many different things that we're doing, whether it be the upcoming projects I'm not going to announce yet because they would have too much interest before I even fully finish planning it out. But also the district projects that we're doing between the planned community gardens, between the planned signs, between the needing to decide where speed humps are going to go. Many people have called about that, yet no one has been showing up to the meetings to talk about them. So if you want to decide where they're going, it'd be best for you to show up to these meetings. But with that, I've had a very good week doing I guess what I would call the people's work for as many people as possible this past weekend, and it makes me very happy to continue to do that. So with
well
that,
done, and
say good night.
congratulations, Councilman Goodman, on that very successful community service to the community. Councilwoman Melanie Rutherford, District 1.
Sometimes you got to pop off and show people because they are not like us. They are not like us. That was said by Kendrick Lamar. There is a season for kumbaya. There is a season for accountability. There's a season to go to battle, and there's a season for peace. And I'm starting to feel like it is becoming a battle just to get the necessities for our community. To say that I'm disappointed in what happened today would just be me talking. I am utterly disturbed that it is a constant battle to just get transparency. It is a constant battle just to be treated with respect. And I think that's what frustrates me the most is because we are asked to be respectful at all times, but we are constantly disrespected. And it's little things, and then it turns into bigger things. And so at what point do I become Peter in this situation? If you know who that is in the Bible, you know what I'm referring to. I am tired of trying to give an olive branch to people who don't respect me or this council. It wasn't neglect. It wasn't my bag. It was disrespect. And I'll tell you what I mean. Several things that I pointed out today was already told in private. And I told y'all my policy. If you don't deal with it privately, I'm going to deal with it publicly. We have got to stop playing these political politics and just do the work, because otherwise the narrative is going to change from what we are doing to what we have not done. There has to be some distinction, not just of being polite, but holding everybody's foot to the fire, because these are real issues that concern our citizens. And I'm getting tired of being nice and pleasantries. I just want a straight answer. I want your yes to be yes. I want your no to be no. And I don't want any in between. And I will shut up. But until y'all show us the respect, and I'm talking about the administration, that this council has shown you, I can't help but point out the many things you don't do correctly. Because you're not respecting the order that we have. We give y'all what y'all say y'all need. Y'all don't process it. It don't get done. And then we look like we're not doing the work, when in reality, we're doing most of it.
We got to stop this. It can't just be about I. It has to be about we. And I'm asking for y'all to lead so that we can follow. You can't ask me for a COO when you won't respect us and give us a contract. You can't ask me to keep approving people when you don't respect us enough to tell us the bare brass tacks. I ask for information for a reason. I don't ask just to one-up y'all. I ask you because I already know anyway. I need y'all to respect us. Respect the city and respect yourselves. Lastly, we are not having, congratulations you, Ms. Campbell. Hope you do well. We are not having a District 1 meeting because I took a break. But never you mind, July's going to be hot like fire. I ask that you continue to bless yourselves, bless your families. And if no one has told you that you matter, Councilwoman Rutherford and this council is saying that the citizens, 61,000 plus, y'all matter. And we care about what y'all saying. And the question is going to become, do y'all care enough to come down here and hold everybody foot to the fire? Because at the end of the day, it has to be a we or there'll never be a us. God bless you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Rutherford. I'm Mike McGinnis, District 7 City Council person. I am sleepy and I am hungry, so my closing comment is a final reminder about Pride and Beautification Awards. Please submit that to the City Council by June 30th or before. And I really want to commend the City Council members who did not shy away from the needed work and needed responsiveness to make sure that the citizens' trash collection doesn't get interrupted. So I will see you all, if not before, Friday afternoon. I'm sorry that that situation has come to pass, but we'll work to do our part as the legislative branch. With that, is there a motion to adjourn this meeting?
So moved.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman Rutherford to adjourn this meeting. Hearing no discussion, roll call.
Goodman.
Chief Assistant Clerk, yep.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
5 yeas.
That motion carries. We stand adjourned at 10:05 p.m. Please be safe and have a good night.